Right, good morning everybody. It's 10 o'clock. Welcome to the fifth hearing session of the examination of the Horsham District Planning Framework, DPD. I think we've got some new faces again, so I'm sorry, I'll go through all my normal announcements. So my name's Jeff Salter. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold the examination and to make a binding report to the Council about the soundness of the plan. I'm being assisted by our programme today is Sue Banks at the back. If you've got any questions about procedure or documentation, please raise them with her in the first instance outside of the hearing room. Before we start, I'm going to ask the Council please to make the usual safety announcement. I've set out an agenda which we'll follow, and I'll go into for discussion of the issues, and I'll go into some procedural matters in a minute, but can we have a safety announcement, please?
Certainly. There are no planned fire drills today, but if the fire alarm rings continuously, please leave the building via the nearest available fire exit. And from this room, it is down through the stairs that you probably came from, or down the stairs which are behind the wooden dais. Do not use the lifts, and please follow any staff instructions. If you have any mobility issues, please alert staff. Go to the nearest refuge point, which is situated at the lifts at the front of the building. Staff will then advise the incident manager and fire brigade. You will then be assisted out of the building. Once the all clear has been given by the fire brigade, staff and visitors will be allowed back into the building. If you should become ill, please alert a member of staff. Toilet facilities are at the front of the building by the lifts on the third and second floor, and refreshments are available to purchase from the Capitol Theatre next door or in the cafe at the park during lunch. And please ensure that your mobile phones are switched off. Okay, thanks very much. Yes, that's because these proceedings are being recorded. I don't think we're live on TV today. We've got fewer people here this morning, but we are being recorded. That will be a publicly available recording. I don't think there's going to be a transcript. But does anyone here, there's some new people, does anyone object to being recorded? Because if you do, you can opt out. But no one has so far. Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, can we have introductions, please? I'll start with my counsel on the left.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Katkowski, QC for the Local Planning Authority.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Childs. I'm the Strategic Planning and Sustainability Manager from the Horsham District Council.
My name is Emma Faith. I'm Senior Planning Officer with the Strategic Planning team.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Howe. I'm the Principal Planning Officer.
Good morning. I'm Matthew Bright. I'm Senior Associate Landscape Architect at David Huskinson Associates, acting for Horsham District Council.
Right. Are you appearing are you in support of the Council? I don't think you are you?
Good morning, sir. We are only here as a follow-up from yesterday in relation to the outstanding matter on timescales.
Yeah, we'll do that first.
So we're not participants for today. My name is Jeff Smith, DMH Stallard, on behalf of the Liberty Property Trust.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jeremy Farrelly, representing Waits Developments, and I work for Genesis on planning.
Sorry, what was your surname?
Farrelly, F-A-R-R-E-L-L-Y.
Good morning, sir. Christopher Boyle, Queen's Counsel, acting on behalf of Berkeley Home Southern this morning, Berkeley Strategic this afternoon.
Bob Selwood Planning, similarly acting on behalf of Berkeley Southern this morning and Berkeley Strategic this afternoon.
Thank you.
Peter Toogood, just a local resident here to help discussion.
Malcolm Kernock, District Councillor for HDC, representing the Liberal Democrat Group and their alternative strategy proposal.
Good morning. My name is Graham Watkins, Southwater Parish Council, Chairman of the Planning Committee at Southwater and the Chairman of the Neighbourhood Plan.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Nage. I'm Deputy Clerk at Southwater Parish Council.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Ian Thwaites. I'm Chairman of Keep Southwater Green.
Surname again, sorry?
Thwaites, T-H-W-A-I-T-E-S.
Thank you.
Morning, sir. I'm Dr. Roger Smith, CPRE Sussex.
Thank you. I know who you are, Mr. Pearson, but some other people might not.
Sorry, sir, I was reading something. Martin Pearson, I'm representing North Horsham Parish Council.
Good morning, sir. My name is Ashley Bowes. I'm a barrister instructed by North Horsham Parish Council.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Right. As I said, I've set out an agenda. There weren't any procedures. The procedures were set out in a pre-hearing meeting note, which was circulated a long time in advance. We didn't have a pre-hearing meeting, but I just remind everybody that, in summary, my role is to assess the soundness of the local planning framework against the tests set out in the National Planning Policy Framework, which I'll call the NPPF from now on. And those are that the document should be positively prepared, justified, effective and consistent with national policy. These hearings are a discussion. They're not really like a planning appeal or the old objections into a local plan, a sort of inquiry system. The purpose is to test the soundness of the document in a discussion using the focusing around the matters I've already set out in the agenda and in the questions that were circulated beforehand. I've read representations, so you don't need to state your case in full every time you say you want to speak. If you do want to speak, put your just put your nameplate on end so that I can see, but I will be directing the discussion as I've done through some of the others. Thanks very much to everyone who stood the pace yesterday with a very late and long session. I really will try my best to make sure we don't have to sit late again. Normally, I'd take a break mid-morning and we'll take a break for an hour at lunchtime. The only other thing I really wanted to say, indeed, changes. If you're seeking changes to the plan, I need to know why it's not sound with relation to the soundness tests that I've just identified and what wording is needed to make it sound. Minor changes, the Council have already made some of those and they're available. I'm going to be looking at those and checking those. Anything more significant might cause problems in that I need to make sure that no one's interests would be prejudiced, anyone who's not in this room or have expressed a view about the plan. So if it was to be a major modification, that would have to be advertised and there would be a formal 6-week period of consultation about any changes that are put forward by the Council following recommendations from me possibly, or even something that they thought they might want to do themselves. So we've not had anything that the Council's put forward yet, although there might be something with regard to retailing. I'll decide whether or not that needs advertising. But obviously that's the procedure that will be followed with regard to changes. I don't think I need to say much else more on that, except to say that anything else, any significant changes will need to be possibly accompanied by a revised sustainability assessment, and that's one of the issues we're going to be talking about today in terms of the justification for, firstly, on the agenda, the allocated site at Southwater. That's for the 500 homes. And then the two objections we've had about emission sites, one of which are in a more extensive area to the west of the allocation. I have received one other document which I've passed to the Council for comment before that becomes a public document. I don't think I've received any other documents today that are new. There was one outstanding matter right at the end of yesterday's discussion raised by Mr Selwood about the trajectory for the North Horsham site and his questions about how realistic that was, having regard to the different land ownerships that incorporated within that large site. I think you hadn't had a chance to look at the planning agreement, the performance agreement document, which was circulated. Have you now had a chance to do that?
I have, sir.
And would you like to comment on it, and then I'll ask the council or its supporter to comment?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just 3 or 4 comments. Firstly, looking at the covering letter rather than the timeline attached. This clearly isn't yet a PPA, as the penultimate line of the first paragraph says. The council say this timeline can form the basis of a PPA, so there isn't one at the moment. But I think the rest of that sentence is quite illuminating, and I'll just read it. This timeline can form the basis of a PPA subject to the steps continuing in the timeframes as set out in this timeline, which sort of sounds to me like, well, if we stick to it, we'll stick to it, but if we don't stick to it, we can't stick to it. It really doesn't mean anything. It's just a commitment of, we'll try and make it work like this. And as I said yesterday, although PPA, the word agreement, is the third word, they aren't legally binding in any sense on a council. So those are the health warnings. I note what's shown on the chart. I note that a planning application with a detailed first phase is due to be submitted in February 2015. And certainly it isn't my experience generally with large planning applications and Berkeley's experience of submitting strategic applications in Horsham that submitting an application in February and having the decision notice issued, including signing of the Section 106 in August, some 7 months later. Just by way of an example, the current Berkeley Southern application for the 594 dwellings at West Horsham that we'll be going on to talk about, that was submitted in March of this year, and it's likely to get to committee either next month or in January. So considerably smaller, purely outline application, but that's taken 9 to 10 months to get to committee. So I would just, from my experience, put a large health warning on that highly optimistic timescale. I'm also slightly surprised to see that, looking down the schedule, that public consultation appears for the first time taking place in November of 2014, sometime this month. It hardly seems to be following the ethos of front-loading public consultation on the planning application. And it seems surprising, if public consultation is just starting in November, that Liberty and the Council are already committing themselves to submitting a planning application come what may in February. So obviously only time will tell. If we could fast forward a year, we'd know the answer. But from my experience, I'm very sceptical. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Would you like any... Does the Council want to say anything first and then bring in Mr. Smith if he wants to?
Yes, thank you, sir. The PPA that we have before us, which was dated the 6th of November, is the extent of the planning performance agreement. Whilst it says form the basis, this is a standard format that development management colleagues use. And the timelines, whilst I absolutely agree, are not legally binding, but we are using this as a basis to agree appropriate resources in order to support the planning application process. So for us, there is a commitment from the Council in terms of delivery. I'd just like to make a comment that in terms of the timescales for the Southwater application, I think the reason why the timescales are set out as they are in this PPA is because this would be a entirely policy compliant application, whereas the issues at Southwater are that it's not entirely policy compliant, and therefore there are a number of matters of negotiation between the parties. And pre-application discussions have started some months ago with Liberty on this North Horsham scheme, but I will hand over to Liberty to explain slightly more about the terms of the timescales.
Thank you. Good morning. What I'd like to do, if I may, is just to expand just a little on the timeline and the explanation of where we are now. The work that's being done by Liberty Property Trust in relation to North Horsham has been going on for some years now through the planning process of the HDPF. A particular time that was important was in April this year when the pre-submission version was published, which set out the concept master plan, and it is that basis on which Liberty Property Trust are moving forward with the planning application process to be consistent with the council. The timeline, of course, is dependent on the adoption of the framework, and that's clearly set out in the timeline, again, to ensure compliance with policy, as has been previously mentioned. Since April, Liberty Property Trust have focused particularly on obviously the important work that needs to be done to leading to the outline application for the whole site and also for a phase one to demonstrate early delivery. That includes work on the master planning, but also more particularly work on the environmental impact assessment work. There is a full team of people working on that and have been working on that, not only since April of this year, but as was explained yesterday, over some years before, but particularly since April of this year. And a scoping report was submitted to the Council in July of this year to confirm whether, in fact, there was anything missing in the work we were doing in a normal way.
Sorry, is that scoping EIA?
Yes, the scoping EIA, yeah. That's correct. And the Council have come back, having consulted with all the relevant statutory consultees, and we now have received that scoping opinion. That was in September, and that has confirmed what we were doing, and the work is continuing, and we are on track to produce that environmental impact assessment to be submitted as part of the planning application in February. In relation to the public consultation, we are aware of the two things going on at the moment, as you can imagine: the actual preparation of the planning application and the work of the framework. And so we believe that it is the right thing to do to engage in formal public consultation we're aiming for January 2015 with our pre-application scheme for public comment to inform and to be incorporated in the planning application. That, of course, isn't the sum total of public consultation, because we're obviously aware of all the various things that have been said about North Horsham throughout this process. As regards to engagement with the District Council, the timeline demonstrates the aim of the working groups that we are already engaged in pre-application discussion. It's every other Wednesday, and that is continuing, and that will obviously be extended on that Wednesday to break out into various working groups, as explained in the timeline, relating to transportation, master planning and community provision and so forth. That is a process which, as I understand, was carried out in relation to land west of Bewbush, and we are very pleased to be engaged in that process. As regards to the timescale following the submission of the planning application, we believe it is achievable. Unlike the other references to other applications, and indeed to other timescales generally, there is no need for another policy plan to be produced, whereas there was in relation to the core strategy in 2007. The west of Horsham master plan needed to be produced, which I think was 2008, and the west of Bewbush joint area action plan, which was 2009. So that already adds a couple of years onto that, whereas we have been working to the way in which the Council have been producing this plan to seek to ensure that our planning application is policy compliant.
Okay.
Is that a helpful summary?
That's fine, thanks, yes. Do you have any comments on that? Do you want to come back on anything there?
Well, I assume from what Mr. Smith said that the submission is therefore... he mentioned that the submission was contingent upon the adoption of the plan, because clearly, whilst it is compliant with an emerging plan, it isn't compliant with an adopted plan as yet. And it would seem to me to be risky to submit a large planning application like this in February if your report hasn't been received. There may be minor or major modifications affecting the proposal.
Yes, I'm not going to be held to a particular timetable, but you'll certainly hear something from me before February.
Good.
This is all contingent on what my views on, the North Horsham allocation in the light of the representations that I've heard yesterday that I'm, obviously continuing to consider, together with the representations on housing and employment and all the rest of it. So, but obviously, I try. We don't get that much time to write these things up. So, and if I was thinking of making any major changes, obviously I'll try and tell the council sooner rather than later. So I can't really be any more helpful than that.
Thank you, sir. And the other point was just on public consultation. In these days of, to use that phrase, front-loaded public consultation, whilst I accept that the principle of North Horsham has been consulted on through the development plan process, this isn't, as you've heard, purely an outline application. It includes a detailed first phase, and it seems rather dismissive of public reaction to be consulting in January on presumably a detailed layout where people will be wanting to crawl over it rightly, looking at things like window-to-window distances and lengths of back gardens and all those things that we all delight in the detail of an application, to be saying we're consulting in January and we're submitting in February. It just seems to me that is unlikely, but if it does happen, it's hardly in the spirit of good practice. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anything further from the Council? Just very in brief, if there is.
Very brief, yes. Firstly, in relation to the submission of the planning application, it is what I said was it is the determination of the application will be dependent on the adoption of the plan, not the submission. Liberty Property Trust are committed to making the submission of the planning application in February, in the light of all that I've said previously. I take the point about public consultation, and it is possible, of course, that if in fact public consultation identifies particular things that need to have some slight slippage in the submission of the application for a couple of months, then of course Liberty Property Trust will take that into account, because it wants to be as robust and as helpful and as consistent with public consultation as it can be. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all we can deal with on that. So thank you very much for that and your contribution. We'll now move on to Southwater. Yes, Mr. Faraday.
Yes, I just had one quick question on the North Horsham scheme, and just wondered whether or not all the contracts with landowners signed in
We've
place
been
with
all
Section
that.
106.
Sorry, I'm not. You should have been here yesterday if you wanted to ask that.
Apologies for that.
We've been through that,
Okay.
and I've got some conflicting evidence, or I've got opinions about how likely that's going to be tied up or not. So thank you very much. I'm not going to deal with that. Right. So first of all, on Southwater, we're going to talk about the allocation that's in the plan, and that's for the 500 dwellings to the west of Southwater. Now, I've had some comments from various people. Some deal with the objectors first. Does anyone want to make any? Does the keep Southwater green and the parish? How can you just sort of explain your relationship? The keep Southwater green and the parish council. Please. Yeah, Mr.
I think that's probably for me to explain, since I represent Keep Southwater Green.
Mr. Thwaites, yes.
That's right. We are separate from Southwater Parish Council. We formed a sort of action group, if you like. I've lived in Southwater and worked as a doctor in the community for about 45 years. And I care a lot about what happens to Southwater. I'm chairman of Keep Southwater Green, and we regard ourselves as an independent voice for the people of Southwater. We've done a lot of work with the people directly, and we have held exhibitions, we've held public meetings, we've had various times when we've gone out and canvassed on the street to get public opinion fully informed as much as we possibly could. So we act independently from the parish council. I don't think Jenny would contest that, but we think it is something that we needed to do to keep it in the forefront so that the people really knew what was going on. You could say that implies a criticism of Southwater Parish Council. I don't think it should. They are much more constrained by what they can do in a formal thing. We are less constrained, and we've been able to contact people directly and say things that they would find difficult to say. So that is how I see the difference. It may be slightly as a wild card.
Oh, right. Well, okay. Do you have any? I'm just wondering what the relationship between you was. So, I mean, you're both objecting to the 500 dwellings. Just to be clear about how today is going to work effectively, I didn't say this in opening. I tried to cut it short, but not very successfully, actually, reflecting on it. But what these discussions are intended to give people objecting to what's in the plan a chance to comment. Where there are elements of the plan with which you agree, for example, in your case, that land being proposed to the further west of the allocation should be included, you might possibly have a comment, but generally I would be relying on the council. You'd be a supporter of the plan on that particular issue, so it's for the council to defend its plan. That's consistent with what I've said before. People are looking somewhat strange. That's what So it's not for you to counter whatever Mr. Boyle and Mr. Sell would say about the desirability of having a further extension to Southwater, because it's for the council to defend its plan that's not correct. If I were to decide that they had a good point and that that extension should come forward, that would be the type of main modification that I referred to in opening, which would have to be advertised and then subject to full consultation, in which case no doubt you would be objectors to that and would have a chance to make representations about it, and it could possibly even lead to another hearing session. that you're looking a bit perplexed, but I'm just trying to explain to you that's where we are. At the moment, this is your time because you're objecting to... So, in the same way, Mr Boyle and Mr Selwood, they're supporters of the plan with regard to... I think there is a minor technical objection to one particular aspect of it, which you can come to if you want to, but they're supporters of the allocation, so I'm not going to let them speak in support of it.
Yes,
it's for the council to do.
It is confusing from my point of view, not being a professional here.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Indeed, thank you very much.
So that we're clear where we are with this.
We do object to the current plan in some minor degree, and we certainly object to the extended area.
Okay, right. I mean, it might be that if, I'll ask the council in the first instance to respond on any points on that. If you feel there's something really important that hasn't been said, I'll allow you to put your board up and ask me what it is. But let's get on to the allocation itself then and the sustainability grounds of it. Which of you wants to lead off on that, just in summary? Why do you think it's not... Is that one of your points, that you don't think it's a very sustainable, in normal planning terms, allocation?
If it's possible that we could lead off, if that's all right.
Yes, please, yeah.
Before we actually get on to question 35, we would actually like to seek clarification of the proposed numbers for Southwater. Policy 2 refers to 2,500 dwellings to the north of Horsham town and 500 dwellings west of Southwater. Yeah. However, when you get to the nitty-gritty of policy SD9, it refers to circa 500 homes. We do have a current planning application from Barclays, which is for 634 homes, which is actually nearly 27% over that 500. If we were to apply that factor to North Horsham, that would bring them in at over 3,000, which I'm sure is a number they would not wish to contemplate. Barclays have very recently, I believe in the last couple of days, put forward an amended application for 594 homes, which in itself is 19% over the 500. And I note they would like a revision to the framework. I see that in Appendix 1 of their submission statement, that they would like to see circa 600 homes in Southwater. We would ask for clarification of that number, either to be a finite number or possibly, if it is to be circa 500, to have perhaps a plus or minus of 5% in that particular policy.
Well, okay, it is what it says. It's not overly... do the council want to comment on this?
Yes, sir. We were just looking for the proposed modification number to be able to give you. I haven't got it to hand. But just for clarification, policy 2 at sub-paragraph C should therefore read and a circa 500 dwellings west of Southwater, which would then be compliant with the strategic policy for Southwater on page 75, policy SD9, which clearly says circa 500 homes.
Right. And following on from that, do you object, say, to that being... Do you consider 600 to be round about 500? And even if you don't, do you object to it?
The issue of whether 500 is circa, well, 600 is circa 500 is a matter that has been a subject of debate, hence the reference I made earlier to the planning application not being entirely compliant with the plan. One would ordinarily expect a 10% leeway either way. Clearly 600 is considerably more than the 10%.
It's 20%, yeah. Well, so... but why? What's the problem with 600? You don't like 500, but I mean, is it materially? Does it, make any difference as to having a slightly more dense development there? You get some more affordable homes, presumably. What's the affordable housing proportion? It should be 35%.
Well, do you mean in the application?
In the application.
I think we just need to rewind a little bit. So as I understand it, the application was amended by letter dated the 30th of October, stamped by the Council on the 3rd of November. And the application is now described as up to 540 plus, I I can't help but laugh at this, retirement living apartments as opposed to retirement dying apartments. So 54 retirement living apartments plus up to 540 homes. So the total is 594.
Well, yes. Oh, gosh. I really don't want to get into this. There's been a lot of complicated discussions in housing numbers about whether student accommodation and retirement
the young and the
accommodation
old, but also in relation to
towards the numbers.
In relation to affordable housing, I'll just hand over to Mrs. Childs because we were just checking this earlier on, weren't we? So bear with me for 1 moment.
Yes, so the application that was submitted on the 31st of March of this year, which was DC 140590, that included a statement with regards to affordable housing, and that was a 30% provision with a breakdown of 55.5% shared ownership and 49.5% rental.
Sorry, I was writing out another figure there. Can you just go through those figures again? 30%.
30% affordable housing as part of that application, and it was 55.5% shared ownership and 49.5% rental, social rent. We haven't received an update with the letter which was dated the 30th of October.
So that's not policy compliant either.
No,
and
sir.
so it would have needed to have been accompanied by a viability appraisal, presumably, to justify that.
Yes, which was undertaken in relation to the 31st of March application. The new information, which has just very recently been submitted, does not have an affordable housing statement with it, nor a revised viability.
And the original application so was for 634.
So, for example, we don't know whether the 56 retirement apartments, 54 whether any of those, for example, are social housing or not. You just don't. You don't know that.
They're I think they're well.
Do you want to? Anyone want to comment on? Can you comment on this, Mr. Selwood? I mean, I'll allow you to comment when we know a bit more factual information about this. Yeah, you need your microphone on. Is it working?
It is now. My understanding is that a revised viability analysis is being prepared at the moment for discussion with the Council to support the new lower figure. But I don't know I haven't seen the viability, so I don't know what the
Okay, and do you know what the affordable housing mix numbers and mix are?
I don't, sir. I think that is part of that. It will be an outturn of the study which is underway at the moment, which I haven't seen. In fact, I haven't been involved in.
Okay, let's go back to the parish council then, please. So let's talk about. Well, Mr. Katkowski yesterday afternoon gently chided, let's put it this way, gently chided everybody that we should concentrate on what's actually in the plan. And I'll take that as a very gentle reminder to me to start off with, rather than talking about a planning application, we talk about what's in the plan. Now, the council's clarified that the about 500 is going to be consistent in the plan, and that they would expect that to be with a sort of, say, 10% margin, so, it's sort of 450 to 550. So that's what we're talking about now. So do you want to lead off with and if you want to add to that, if you want to lead off with your objections to that, and let's try and sort of we'll deal with this, sort of try and keep it into the topics that I've identified. I've broken it down into these sort of questions just to sort of help the discussion focus a bit on various particular matters. So let's think about sustainability. And we talked about that yesterday. We're talking about the definition of sustainability, in the front of the NPPF, which is taken from the Brundtland definition about ensuring current development doesn't prejudice the needs of future needs. That's what we're talking about here, but it can be in relation to a number of issues, but obviously the sort of social cohesion and transport, for example, would be two of the factors there.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing us to clarify the matter of the circa 500. If we refer you to page 47 of the proposed submission, bullet point immediately before paragraph 6.1, if I could quote, "The settlements of Billingshurst and Broadbridge Heath have taken large development in recent years. Care needs to be taken to ensure communities can absorb changes which have taken place to allow stable, cohesive communities to thrive. South Water 2 has taken large development. Indeed, we have taken 300 homes built or permitted since 2009, and we have a further 23 homes currently pending decision. This is in addition to the huge scale of development taken over the last 30 years. Much is made of the Lintott Square redevelopment. We are very proud of this in our community because it has given us a thriving heart and hub. However, this was completed in 2006 and 8 years later is reaching capacity due to the 300 homes referenced earlier. If I can just point out to you that in 2006 our population was 9,490 and in 9,490 and in the 2011 census we had a population of 11,000. So that's an increase of over 1,600 people since Lintott Square was built. I note that Mr Pearson yesterday was referencing the fact that the Parish Council knew and agreed that Lintott Square was being built for future large-scale development. I did note this yesterday. I emailed my office. They have been over all the minutes of the steering group, the Parish Council steering group, the minutes of the meetings that took place during that time, and there is no mention of any agreement by the Parish Council that Lintott Square had the capacity to incorporate a larger scale development. We thought, and it was given to understand, that Lintott Square was recompense for the development already taken. If I can refer you to, I give you the details of 1981, our population was 4,418. That was before we took the large-scale development, Cedar Drive area. I don't know, Sarah, if you visited South Water, you know the area to which I'm referring.
You weren't here. I have, and I've got some knowledge of Horsham from the past, and I did come down earlier on before the hearings, but I would certainly expect to do quite a lot more site visits and to go back and look at all the areas again once I've heard the evidence. I did mention this to the council yesterday. I would intend to do that unaccompanied, but if anyone particularly wants me to see something, that would enable me to. I'm sort of seeking permission from some of the developers, Mr. Boyle and Mr. Selwood. I'm looking at you. If I want to go and look in more detail at your extension site, I'd like permission to go on it, please. And I don't particularly need to be accompanied unless anyone thinks I really ought to be for some health and safety reason or any other particular reason that they think I need to be accompanied. So that's what I intend to do with site visits. I'm generally aware of South Water. I'm not saying I know it very well. I looked at the application site, though, actually. I did walk out over that. But, the allocation, the proposed allocation site. Okay? So that's, and I'll go back.
May I continue?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Thank you.
No, I'm just explaining what you asked
Thank
me
you.
if I was familiar with the area, so it's useful to get that out in the open.
Just to recap slightly then, in 1981, that was before the Cedar Drive development really took place, we had 4,418 population. And in 2006, when Lintott Square was completed, we had 9,490, which is more than double. Lintott Square was built to serve the existing community at that time with a small allowance for growth. I think growth that we have proved with our figures of an increase of population of 1,600 since that time, we have taken. It is at capacity. Our own parish office in Beeson House looks out over the car park. I believe that Keep South Walton Green have taken some note of the parking capacity. All we can say is we often see cars circulating round Lintott Square being unable to park. Mr Pearson also seemed to imply yesterday that the parade of shops, the shopping precinct at Lintott Square, was in some way failing due to the fact that NatWest Bank has withdrawn and the library has downsized. We would argue that NatWest Bank appears to be pulling out of all village centres. It's not that it was underused, there were queues going out of the door. The library, unfortunately, we all have Kindles, iPads, downloading books nowadays. It is a fact of life that libraries are struggling to survive and are having to undergo cuts from the county council. He also made reference to the youth club. The parish council employ a youth worker. Southwater has a huge percentage of young people under the age of 18. The parish council employ that youth worker together with local churches. There are no plans to reduce funding for that youth worker. We have a thriving youth club in the village. Perhaps I should stop there, maybe, to allow somebody else to comment.
Yes, okay. If you want to, if Mr. Thwaites wants to comment about, about the sustainability. Then, what are the problems with adding, what would be effectively, well, without going into detail about headship rates, roughly 2.4 times 500 or 550, 1,000 more or so, effectively 1,200.
Right. My basis would be that the infrastructure now is creaking. That may not be a very technical term, but it does explain exactly what's happening. The roads and traffic volume are too high, terrifically difficult getting away in the morning if you hit the rush hour. So that is as we are at the moment. There are no easily accessible railway stations, so people have to go a long way to get on a train. They either go to Christ Hospital, which is very difficult with parking and is going to become more so when they do start the development work that is agreed there, I think. The emergency healthcare provision I outlined in our submission, I think it's very relevant. If you're going to get to a hospital in the golden hour after your heart attack, you better not live in Southwater. It's really very different from slightly north of Horsham. And I don't mean North Horsham in the sense of the area just north of Horsham, because the ambulances come down from the north and mostly they use Red Hill as the A&E hospital. So if you fail to get emergency ambulances in the first 8 minutes, as is supposed to be achieved by government targets, you're always running late, and then you've got you've got to run the gauntlet of really very difficult traffic. GP's appointments are a problem already in the village, although the GP's surgery says it can take some more. If you go and talk to people, and we've asked them, we've talked to them, and we've heard, they cannot get appointments. It's really very, very difficult indeed. This is not just Southwater. Many GP surgeries are like this nowadays, but Southwater is bad.
Yes, I know.
So,
well, it's all right. Some people know this. My wife's a retired GP.
Oh, right, okay. But, I won't lecture you on the subject.
GP services.
Sewage situation is a major problem already in Southwater. It's a really creaking system that seriously needs upgrading. We had to get our MP involved before we could get anything done by Southern Water for areas which for 30 years have had steadily worsening sewage problems.
Yeah, can we park that? We're sort of drifting a bit here in terms of into infrastructure, which is question 37. What I'm interested in more is, the sort of, in broad planning terms, is it a good idea to, extend an existing village like this with this sort of numbers of people? And, in terms of transportation, you've mentioned some difficulties there, and access to services, access to jobs. What about that? Any comments on that?
I think it's very
sustainability terms.
I think it's very difficult, and I don't believe it to be sustainable. I think the numbers should be less than 500, not more. There's no local jobs at all. It's a dormitory settlement. It always has been.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go back to the parish council and just to
refocus
back on question 35, and then I'll ask the council to respond to that particular point. Mr. Bowe, I thought you were a supporter of this.
So we in principle, but so just to make good the sustainability concern we made yesterday about contributing to current unmet need and adding to that unmet need without mitigation. So I don't know whether that's a sustainability point or perhaps under infrastructure, but you recall yesterday Mr. Pearson made his points about secondary school need being unmet and contribution to that. I was just going to ask him, in fairness, in this session, just to make that point now.
Yeah, no, later on, I think.
Infrastructure,
we'll do,
perhaps.
under infrastructure or even 38. I mean, that's maybe not... The question 38, should the allocation include employment land and a new secondary school? Well, I'd like comments on that, but I think I recognise that in terms of viability, that would be very difficult for a 500 home site to justify that. But back to can we leave that? I want to deal with the secondary school later.
Yeah, but my name's been mentioned this morning. I just would like to reply to what I actually said yesterday.
Well, no, just a minute. I'll let the council respond first, and then you, if they don't cover what you've said, we'll come back to you if you think that's factually inaccurate. For the parish council, one more comment on the general sustainability point, please.
Thank you. We too have concerns of access to healthcare, water supply and sewage, but we did cover those in our original consultation responses and statements, so I don't propose to go over those again. However, our main concern is the road and transport infrastructure. Southwater has one main road, the Worthing Road, which connects to the A24 both to the north and to the south via roundabouts. On both, Southwater residents do not have right-of-way to get out of the village, and all traffic from the 500 homes will be directed onto this road. The Worthing Road has two schools with the parking issues and congestion that those schools create. If I can refer you to the Horsham District Transport and Development Study, this is sometimes called the WSP report. I regret I don't have your official...
Yeah, it's in CD in 01, I think. CD in 01. The WSP Horsham District Transport Development Study, D5, deliverable D5.
Yes.
We had quite a lot of discussion about that yesterday.
We did yesterday. I would have to say I would agree with the gentleman who sat in, Mr. Dancer, I believe, saying the study did appear to be flawed, because we too believe there are long queues at Southwater roundabouts at peak times at both ends of the village. This particular report refers to Junction 6, which is the Hop Oast roundabout, our roundabout to the north. Appendix J shows possible mitigation improvements which widen the southern access onto this roundabout. This will actually increase the volume of traffic coming from the right, i.e. travelling south to north, to which Southwater residents have to give way. The roundabout to the south, which we know locally as Pollard's Hill roundabout, has been omitted from the study completely. This is totally unacceptable to not have this roundabout included when it is one of the main egress routes for the residents of Southwater.
Okay, well we're coming on to that still question 37. Anything else to say on number 35, sustainability and employment, or anything about access to employment, impact on the village in social terms?
Southwater does have a railway station, Christ Hospital. There's already parking issues there, and it's situated to the west of Southwater Centre, accessible via country lanes. And policy DC9, it says the design of the new road takes into account the desire to discourage rat running through the country lanes to the west of Southwater. Indeed, the outline application we've already seen restricts access to vehicles travelling west along Church Lane with a no left turn, yet it is via these roads that residents would access the station. We do have a few major employers in the village. Our major employer is Christ Hospital School. However, most of the employees there live on site. They're teachers, they are house matrons, whatever they call them. We do not have a large amount of employment in Southwater. Therefore, the majority of the residents go elsewhere to work. Reference has been made that we are a dormitory town. To us, the road infrastructure is a huge concern of ours, because at the moment Southwater residents physically cannot get out of the village.
Okay, thank you. There's quite a few points for the council to consider there. Do you want to respond, please?
Yes, certainly, sir. I mean, in terms of bringing back to the question of is the allocation justified on sustainability grounds, I'd simply bring us back to the settlement hierarchy and the fact that Horsham obviously is our main town, our most sustainable town, with Billingshurst and Southwater and some other villages as the next tier in terms of sustainability. So the starting point for our strategy when looking at sustainable locations for development is to go back to that sustainability hierarchy. We believe that Southwater has fewer environmental constraints than a number of the other alternatives that we'll be discussing over the next few days, and we believe that around 500 homes is appropriate in terms of the scale in proportion to the size of the settlement itself and the services that it has. There are a number of particular services that were mentioned there, and we might come on to those in terms of infrastructure. But I didn't know if you wanted to specifically deal with the road issue, as we have our county colleagues with us.
Yes, please. That might be useful to deal with that.
Sorry, good morning. I'm Darryl Hemmings, the Planning and Transport Policy Manager from West Sussex County Council. I'd just like to sort of come back on these points separately, because I think we're talking about sort of different junctions and slightly different issues at different junctions. If I could just come to the Hoppost junction first, which is junction on the A24. It is one of the sort of two main points of concern, I think, on the network in relation to Southwater. What the WSP study that the Parish Council have referred to says is that in the future, so looking forward to 2031, baseline conditions at that junction will be significantly worse and significantly different from what they are now. Once you add in strategic development in the district as a whole, so that includes North Horsham and the other development coming forward, both committed and planned through the district planning framework, conditions get worse. And what is proposed as part of this study, and what will be expected to come forward alongside development, are mitigation measures for that junction, which the study demonstrates, and I draw your attention to table 7.5, will significantly improve conditions from what we would see if that mitigation and development had not taken place. The other point that's been made about Pollard's Hill, which is the other point on the A24, I'll deal with the way that Pollard's Hill has been looked at as part of this study first. Pollard's Hill was not one of the junctions that was initially identified as being a location of concern for this study. The way that the study worked was a number of junction problem locations were identified at the outset that we wanted assessed as part of the study, but then the model was used to look at where problems are going to occur in the future that aren't necessarily on the junctions that we'd specified. And as a result of that, and some correspondence, I think, between the District Council ourselves and the Parish Council, some further investigation was carried out to look at Pollard's Hill. And Section 7.3 in the study addresses Pollard's Hill. And what it says is that in the future, the worst performing arm at Pollard's Hill is the A24 northbound approach, but the junction is expected to operate within capacity. The additional traffic which is added to the network is expected to reroute using other routes if congestion occurs at Pollard's Hill. And with the mitigation strategy in place, there is an increase in flow through Pollard's Hill. So what we would expect to see is, as plans for development at Southwater come forward, we would expect that junction to be assessed in detail, using traffic surveys taken, recent traffic surveys to have been collected, and if necessary, if there is an impact on that junction and the congestion is not acceptable, we would expect mitigation measures to follow. And that will be determined at the planning application stage.
Okay, do you want to have any comments on that?
What we would say, sir, is the highway code says you do have to give way to the right. At both our roundabouts, we have to give way to the right. The information that this gentleman has just given, that there will be more traffic flow travelling south to north at the Pollard's Hill as well, which means that there will be increased traffic coming from the right. So, again, Southwater residents will not be able to get out of the village at either of their roundabouts.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to comment on that? I mean, the flow is okay on the A24, isn't it? But
no, it's the A24 northbound approach, which is the one which is identified as the problem.
Okay, but well, what about the problem? Is the county saying there's no real problem for the residents?
I'm not saying there's
no
real.
Well, that it's not. So does it need anything doing?
I'm not saying there's no problem. So I'm not saying there's no problem for the residents. Clearly, this is an issue, and that's why we have looked at it as part of this work. And I think we recognise that there is going to be additional traffic through this junction, and as proposal actually comes forward for development in that area, they will need to assess the impact on that junction and, if necessary, propose mitigation. Sometimes what we see with this type of work is that the perception of congestion on the network and the way that things are assessed don't necessarily kind of align particularly closely. Transport model is a it's a mathematical, it's a computer model. It attempts to recreate real life conditions, but it is not perfect. That's why this is a strategic model. It's appropriate for this stage of work, but it must be backed up with more detailed assessment at the planning application stage. And that's why planning applications have to come forward with a transport assessment which looks at these issues in more detail.
Okay, we've sort of moved away, sort of almost infrastructure really. I mean, and that's that sort of discussion. But going back to the sort of sustainability and the points, well, we're still on it. I'll still allow you to come back, Mr. Pearson, in a minute. There were a couple of other boards. Mr. Kerner,
my comment was around about the transport infrastructure. So it was just that obviously we'd got onto that subject, but if you'd rather I'd wait till you get to question 37.
Has anyone else got any points they want to raise under question 35? Dr. Spates, do you want to say anything? No.
Not really. I support what Jenny has been saying.
Mr. Pearson?
Well, so first I'd like to just comment on what I said yesterday. I said specifically that I had discussions with the chairman of the parish council and the portfolio holder on planning, and I stand by those. And the district council had identified, quite correctly as has been said, the fact that the village didn't have a heart to it. Most of the development that had taken place, recognising its suitability for development, had been imposed on it by the government rather than by the district council. And in coming forward to correct that deficiency, the council put the 25 million in as risk money in terms of providing the centre, and I made it clear in those discussions that would remove the impediment as far as future development was concerned. I didn't say there was an agreement with the parish council, and as far as I'm aware, there wasn't an agreement with the parish council that they would take future development. The other issue was the school site, and I dealt with that yesterday. But, sir, the guidance I'm seeking from you is the North Horsham Parish Council are concerned at the sustainability comparison which flows through in relation to this and the North Horsham sites we looked at yesterday. Now, so I don't know whether that's something that you would wish to explore in detail. From my point of view, representing the parish council, I'm content for you to take a critical view of it. But quite clearly I could go through the comments such as, for example, if you have less development, you need less infrastructure. No reference to the fact that any development in Southwater will add more to the viability of shopping in the town centre than development to the north. Issues like that are important issues, but I'm content, sir, to know that you'll be looking at that critically without going through the details.
Well, I will, and I'm sure Mr. Boyle's going to ask me to look at it critically with regard to his site to the west of Southwater. But you're not really opposed to this allocation, are you?
No, sir. I mean, I take the view that additional numbers are correct, and I mean, I'm a frequent user.
That's just okay. First of all, you're not opposed to the allocation of about 500 homes to the west of Southwater. The parish council isn't.
That is correct, sir.
They
But
support
when I'm quoted as saying that the viability of the town of the village centre is at capacity, and I say yesterday that it's not. I mean, there is an issue there that needs to be resolved.
Okay.
I think I'd just better clarify.
I'll have to have a look at that. I'll just have to come to a judgment on that.
So they're not opposed, but they do have the caveat about unmet needs, which was obviously canvassed yesterday. So it's not they're raising an objection, because obviously the principle of development we are promoting in Matter 9. But so we do have a concern about extra development not meeting current and future needs, and that was flagged up yesterday. So as far as it goes, that's where our caveat to our non-objection is.
Yeah, okay, I think I understand that. Mr. Boyle, you haven't got an objection to the allocation?
Not at all, sir, no. I just want to give, as a supporter, give you factual matters, if I may, just so we have that in mind. But we do have, as you know, a little objector hat to sit on our heads for Matter 8, just in terms of the numbers creeping up to 600 rather than 500.
Yeah.
But if I take my objector hat off, and on the supporter hat, for factual matters, so just so you're aware, the County Highways, of course, looked at the scheme for 634 as originally submitted, and there was no highways objection from the County Highways in respect of those numbers. And the scheme involves, and maybe we're straying into 37 here, but it involves improvements, including improvements specifically to Hop Oast roundabout, to achieve reductions in congestion. There will also be reconfiguration on Worthing Road to reduce excessive queuing, and there will be improved management of the school car park, junior infant school, as part of the proposal. So it's within a suite of packages, other measures, soft and hard, but just to give you those headline points.
Yeah,
and that led to no county objection on highways impact or highway sustainability matters.
Right, okay. Do you just want to deal with your objection about the 600 with regard to sustainability?
It's a very short point. So that given 35 is to do with sustainability, we're of the view, as is the Council, that 500 or around 500 would improve the sustainability of the settlement, adding new blood, affordable housing, and so on and so forth. And that moving it up, as you know, so the application is now 594, so around 600, certainly wouldn't pop it over any trigger or limit. In fact, the reverse. We'd suggest that having that extra additional population would add to the improved sustainability of the settlement. Mr. Selwood wants to word as well.
Judge, and just to add that, sir, because there is a live planning application which has been submitted with an environmental impact assessment and a full TA, it's that level of greater detail and interrogation of the constraints and the opportunities of the site at a very detailed level, obviously much greater than at the local plan level, which has enabled Berkeley Southern to come to the conclusion that the actual capacity of the site, without extending the site beyond the area shown in policy SD9, can accommodate nearer to 600 than the 500. So it's going down to that next layer of evidence that has led to the higher figure. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're still dealing with the principle of this. I've got objections to it. So, we don't know what the council's going to do with your planning application at the current stage. You've got further comments? And I would like you to move on to landscape and wildlife impacts if you want to make any comments on those.
Yes, if I could just comment on the gentleman referred to the Section 106 agreement, I believe, in the mitigation package. We would like to comment on that, but we believe that becomes more under infrastructure than sustainability. Yeah. So we'll hold fire on those comments. If you wish us to go on to landscape and wildlife, the majority of our comments are covered under our statement. However, Southwater is progressing with its neighbourhood plan, and early consultation results show that residents want historic buildings protected as much as possible. If you've been to Southwater, sir, you will see we are all modern housing. We don't have that many. We would like to protect the heritage, which we do have. The current proposals, unfortunately, I've not seen the plan submitted in the last couple of days. I'm actually referring to the previous application, reference DC 140590. These proposals will impact upon Great House Farm, College Farm and Wheelwrights, all of which are listed buildings, and also on Calcott and Old School House, both which are not listed, but they both do have historical significance. And obviously the loss of farmland, which I believe that Keep Southwater Green will be covering in more detail, we believe will have an impact on the quality of life for existing residents.
Okay. Mr. Thwaites, do you want to comment
on
landscape impacts?
Yep, I would like to just emphasise the importance of Great House Farm. The farmhouse itself is quoted by English Heritage as the most important domestic building in the area. And if the farm fails, then this would have a catastrophic effect on the setting of the Grade 2 star asset. Now, that's very strong language from English Heritage. This plan, as we're talking about the 500, does not necessarily impose on Great House Farm, but it comes jolly close to losing some of their agricultural land, and the viability of the farm is such that it really cannot tolerate any loss of farm land. It's a hugely important asset, both historically and culturally, for the village. I think it's vital that whatever plan is finally adopted, this farm is fully protected.
Certainly with the planning application, there's a statutory duty to pay special attention to the enhancement or preservation of a listed building such as that. Any council want to comment on that with regard to the 500?
I think might be useful because I've also been involved with the planning applications and commenting on them. Basically, broad landscape terms, I identified in the landscape capacity study that the area immediately to the west of Southwater does have some capacity for further large-scale development. It was a moderate capacity, so that means that the right mitigation is still very, very important. And then the land further to the west, which actually the Great House Farm location includes that local landscape character area further to the west, has been a considerable concern. And I've worked with my colleague, the conservation officer, in looking at the landscape setting of Great House Farm, and I understand very much the concerns about how a viable land management of the Great House Farm area is important in its setting as well. However, I believe that the current allocated area, which, yes, does impinge in terms of the boundary on Great House Farm, but so long as the built development in terms of its scale and density and height does not impinge too dramatically on Great House Farm, I think that issue can be addressed within that allocation, within the 500 homes. Some of the negotiations on the planning application with Barclays have related to further concerns about how it would affect the setting of Great House Farm, and I haven't seen the amendments yet, but some of those related to the sort of scale and height of development relationship with Great House Farm, and we're also looking at the appropriateness of playing fields close to Great House Farm. So I think fundamentally that I completely understand the Parish Council and Keep South Water's concerns about Great House Farm, but I think that can be dealt with and mitigated adequately within a 500 allocation.
Just to get back to my theme from yesterday, so just looking at the plan, SD9 under landscape buffer second bullet builds into the allocation the preservation of sensitive heritage assets. So it's a given in the allocation that the design and layout will preserve ... sensitive heritage assets.
Well, it's got to say that anyway. That's actually just replicating national policy. Well, it's national statute, not policy.
And so therefore the question becomes whether as a matter of principle is it inherently capable or incapable of being preserved. And you've just heard that as a matter of principle the setting, etc., of the listed farm can be preserved. So that's in our submission, that's enough for the plan, if you like. Obviously, the details of the planning application is a wholly different matter.
Yeah, okay. I've seen some of these photos. There was a bit of confusion, actually, about your appendix here this morning. I've noticed it said something... It certainly wasn't what it said on the tin. Your appendix one says Environmental Agency Statement and WSCC Correspondence. I've got nothing to do with it at all. It's just headed wrongly. I've confirmed. Yours, yes.
Sorry.
Well, just in case anyone else was wondering about this, I asked to see whether I'd been missing an Environment Agency statement or County Council correspondence, and I wasn't. It's just wrongly headed. So all there are is the landscape capacity assessments and the photographs. I've not been and looked at the farm in detail. I mean, I see there's a public footpath. I'll go and have a look at that to take into account your points about that. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Smith, you've comments on landscape impact?
Yes, sir. Reference policy SD9 and subparagraph landscape buffer, to which reference has already been made. It stipulates that the design and layout will preserve and recognise existing sensitive heritage assets and their settings, as well as the biodiversity and green infrastructure network, quite so. However, what it doesn't do is to promote the MPPF requirement to establish coherent ecological networks that are more resilient to current and future pressures, contributing to the government's commitment to halt overall decline in biodiversity. and also other requirements elsewhere where the MPPF to maintain existing biodiversity networks to make them stronger. And note, as I explained on Tuesday, last Tuesday, ecological networks are of vital importance for biodiversity and the natural environment, as is explicitly emphasised by the MPPF at 109, 13, 117 and 165, and by the MPPG. And also, I'd refer to the Natural Environment and Rural Communities Act, and you did make reference just now to statutory regulations. And that stipulates that it requires all public bodies to have regard to biodiversity conservation when carrying out their functions. And this is commonly referred to as a biodiversity duty. What I'm proposing, sir, is perhaps landscape buffer. The wording could be changed slightly to reinforce the need to take into account networks of biology, just to strengthen it, because it's a little bit, it emits too much. And if, as I explained on Tuesday, the policies which I have questioned were perhaps stronger and reworded, and I know that's being considered, then perhaps it might not be such a concern. But as it stands, I do think there should be more in Policy SD9 to reflect the importance of the natural environment. Thank you, sir.
Does Council want to comment on that?
It may be a little bit presumptuous because I haven't discussed it with my colleagues, but it might be useful just to put the word enhance the green infrastructure network in there. And indeed, I believe that that's what, in discussions on the planning application, we're looking to ensure Barclays does. But I don't think it's a major...
Can I just
a major modification,
clarify something that we had suggested as mod B67 with regard to this landscape buffer, that the second line reads
B67, did you say?
This is mod B67, which is the second bullet point. So it says that it will now read: the design and layout will preserve and recognise existing sensitive heritage assets and their settings, as well as, and this is where the difference is, conserving and enhancing the biodiversity and green infrastructure network, to make that point more clear.
Okay. Let's just, Mr. Boyle.
So again, factual matters, if I may. Reference to the heritage aspect is what lay behind, principally, the drop from 634 to 594. And that was in discussion with the heritage officer of the council. And then the other matter, again factual, please, impact on the farm. The application only takes 4.5 acres of the current tenancy out of 180, and will either, given it's a landlord and tenant arrangement, will either be replaced by additional land which is available or compensated in monetary terms. Just so you're aware of that.
Yes, okay. No doubt we're going to come back to that after a break, but I'd like to try and finish off with the allocated site. Infrastructure. Now, the Parish Council wanted to talk about anything else on it. You've already made some comments about this. What infrastructure do you think will be lacking that the allocation won't deliver?
It all does seem to come back to the road infrastructure and the transport infrastructure. Policy SD9 refers to development should facilitate all modes of sustainable travel and provide linkages to the existing urban area of Horsham. The plans at the moment all seem to make everybody use cars and not other forms of transport. Any person wishing to travel north from Southwater to Horsham via bike or possibly on foot has to cross the A24 and the Hoppost roundabout junction. There is only a gap in the central reservation to allow them to cross the A24, and unfortunately we did have a pedestrian killed on this stretch recently. We also have various incidents of cyclists being knocked off at the Hoppost roundabout, it being so busy. We have asked for a bridge across the A24, both as an ongoing a pedestrian bridge, both as an ongoing community aspiration as part of the last 2 parish plans and also as part of this ongoing application, but we have been told this is too expensive. But in essence, if you wish to walk or cycle into Horsham, north into Horsham, you have great difficulty in doing so because you have to negotiate the Hoppost roundabout. If you are lucky enough to get across that roundabout and be alive to tell the tale, the footpath from the Hoppost roundabout down Picts Hill, which leads to the Boar's Head pub, is both in an extremely poor condition and extremely narrow for pedestrians. It's too narrow, for example, to walk 2 abreast or to push a pushchair or anything like that along. We would also like to make reference to having a circular bus route. No doubt we're all aware in the room there is no power to make the bus company change its routes. We know this to our cost. The Blakes Farm Road area of Southwater, it was a development of 350 homes, which was built in 1994-95. There is no bus serving that area of Southwater because it's not considered viable. You can walk 20 minutes from some parts of there to get to a bus stop. The Parish Council have recently tried very hard to get the 98 bus to go to Oakhurst Business Park, which is one of the Southwater's major business park. It's a matter of a diversion of a few yards, and the bus company would not do it as it was not viable. So we do not believe that a bus route will be able to serve the allocation of 500 houses in Southwater. That's all I have on transport, but I would like to come back on this section 106 Draft 106 agreement. Would you like me to carry on with that or pause for a moment?
Well, that's a detailed matter, but I'm just looking through what the policy says about transport infrastructure. And presumably we've already heard about improvements at Hoppost roundabout. Would they be incorporate better pedestrian and cycle crossing facilities?
I wonder whether the applicant actually might be better placed to talk about that level of detail if you want to get into it. I think what's important is to recognise that there is the provision for pedestrians and cyclists between Southwater and Horsham is not perfect. But as the Parish Council have just pointed out, the scale of development that's proposed in this plan and with the current application actually isn't sufficient to bring forward a bridge across the A24. The infrastructure that comes alongside the development does need to be proportionate in scale to the development. And as we understand it, a footbridge is not going to be achievable with the scale of development that we're currently seeing coming forward. Having said that, the County Council will continue to work with the applicant and with the Parish Council and other stakeholders to look at ways to try and improve the pedestrian cycle connection, because we recognise that it's important.
Well, the bullet point does. The last but one bullet point of SD9 says talks about a layout facilitating all modes of sustainable travel within the development and to provide linkages to the existing urban area of Horsham, thus reducing the dependency on the car by providing suitable. So, but I mean that's that's what it says. You seem to be saying that that's not going to be used as a lever to persuade the developer to actually do anything.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the routes does need to be improved.
What are you going to seek through that?
Enough money out of the allocation to have a pedestrian footbridge. That was what
so is there going to be anything else?
That doesn't mean that the route between Southwater and Horsham cannot be improved. And that's what we'll be looking to bring forward through this application.
Okay,
but
let's see what
that is unlikely to include a footbridge.
Okay, do the developers want to... can you provide any helpful factual information, Mr Boyle, about what the current application that's been approved by the Highway Authority includes?
So Mr Lambert, on behalf of Barclays, can give you more detail.
Okay, good morning, Mr Lambert.
It's working.
Thank you, sir. As a point of clarification, the proposal that's been put forward as part of the planning application for the improvement of the Hop Post roundabout relates to the provision of a dedicated filter lane from Worthing Road onto the northbound A24. So that's like a highways improvement to reduce queuing of traffic on the northbound Worthing Road, trying to get onto the northbound A24.
So that would meet one of the parish council's concerns about access onto the A24.
Hopefully so, yes.
What about, but presumably that would deter pedestrians and cyclists, or be a hindrance to them?
That doesn't impact upon the existing crossing point that the parish council referred to at the junction, which is located to the south of the junction. The improvement works that we've put forward relate to Worthing Road and then north of the junction, so it doesn't affect the current crossing point.
As part of the application and under the Section 106, are there any other measures that would improve pedestrian and cycle connectivity from the village to Horsham across the A24?
The bridge that's been referred to isn't included within our proposals under the current application.
It is or isn't?
It isn't.
No.
It is not. That's something which we've put forward as being deliverable as part of the larger allocation which we're seeking.
Okay, well, we come on to that. So for the allocation site itself, there's no bridge. Is there anything else? Any change to the existing arrangements?
There's no change to the existing arrangements.
Okay, all right, thanks. Anyone commenting on that?
If we could just come back on that, the filter lane would take people onto the northbound A24. If you want to go into Horsham, it would not assist you because you still have to cross the Hop Post roundabout. So the problems of cyclists and pedestrians remain.
Yeah, well, that's my understanding from what I was told. Yeah, Mr. Kernock, anything else? They're sort of still trying to deal with infrastructure here.
I think it's quite interesting to hear the discussions around the cycle and pedestrian access when it was identified for the west of Horsham development that it was absolutely essential that for the 1,000 houses going south of Broadbridge Heath that there had to be a cycle and pedestrian link. And although there was an existing bridge, it was identified that needed to be widened to cater for both cyclists and pedestrians safely. It seems very strange to me that that was a key criteria for the west of Horsham, provide integration, or shall we say access to Horsham town, and yet Southwater, which is a similar distance from the town centre, is not getting such a facility. And from a sustainability and infrastructure point of view, I think that's very poor. Moving on to the infrastructure of the road, I'd like to raise a little warning flag. West Sussex County Council has assured us that when it comes to detailed planning application, they will ensure that the appropriate mitigation measures will be applied to the appropriate junctions. We have a situation currently with the West of Horsham plan, which has gone through the formal planning application, which did identify infrastructure requirements and mitigations. And we have recently been informed that there is a £14 million shortfall in the funding for those infrastructure mitigations. And West Sussex County Council has no timeline for when those infrastructure mitigations will be delivered, other than to indicate that from a funding point of view it may be dependent on other developments. I don't think that that is very fair on the other developments, but it does bring into question the free-flowing and the impact on the infrastructure of putting a further 500 houses south of the west of Horsham development without those west of Horsham mitigation measures in place, because it is only exacerbating a tailback issue. So we now have, shall we say, the north of Horsham proposal, which we heard all about yesterday, and concerns there. We have west of Horsham, which currently is not delivering all of the mitigation measures that were identified at detailed planning. And here we are at at strategic level, saying that there is no problem, we will put mitigation measures in place. Now, I have a concern as to if they're already suffering from shortfalls within West Sussex County Council, how can they give statements that are assuring us that the mitigation measures will be delivered?
Okay, thank you. You've still got your board up, is it? Have you finished commenting on the transport infrastructure points?
No, sir. Mr. Ball made reference to the mitigation package, the Section 106 contributions. Just a few comments we'd like to make on that, if we may.
If they relate to the allocation south, really.
Well, it is to do with infrastructure. Will adequate infrastructure be delivered? Yeah. Because obviously the Section 106 is a package that is put forward to mitigate the impact of development.
Yeah.
I mean, we would argue that the majority of the inclusions in that Section 106 agreement are actually replacement facilities for what is actually going to be built over in some sense. But the major objection we do have is that the 30% affordable homes proposed under their draft agreement is not compliant with Policy 15, which states that 15 or more dwellings should provide 35% affordable homes. So that is something we would like addressed, if we may. And I say a lot of the other improvements they are supposedly giving to us are replacement facilities. I mean, it says themselves, replacement facilities for sports club. Traffic calming on the Worthing Road. We already have traffic calming. Additional car parking and space at the Village Hall. We need that additional car parking because they're building over the car park we already have. New car park at the church. Again, the church car park, it's the same car park, it's being built over. Local highways improvements. Well, we need new roads for new houses. They're proposing a new Muga for us. Thank you very much. We have a lovely new Muga opening tomorrow at Southwater Leisure Centre, funded by grant payments and through the Parish Council. Improve pedestrian and cycle facilities in Church Lane. All we can see in their plans, we seem to think they have put pavements in. That's all we can see in the plans. We do not think that the additional infrastructure is being provided via a Section 106 agreement or by any other means.
Well, yeah, okay, but what do you think is missing that should be provided? Well, that's for a matter for the application and for the council to refuse the application if they think that the policy, that their policy requirements for infrastructure aren't being met. So what I'm interested in is there anything in the list here that you think is missing, that should be added to policy SD9 in terms of infrastructure?
Apart from improved pedestrian and cycle routes and to make us more sustainable as a village and the transport issues that we've already identified, it is almost impossible to get out of Southwater by car, on foot or by a cycle.
Well, they say they're doing that with regard to the north through this lane. Okay. I've got a note about the affordable housing inadequacy. Mr. Smith, was it on transport?
Yes, sir, it's on transport.
Infrastructure? Okay.
Infrastructure, yes. Sir, to determine appropriate mitigation measures, reference traffic flow, as Mr. Hemming has rightly reminded us, it requires reliable data. And I understand from Mr. Boyle's comment just now that the traffic flow assessment in support of the application, which is now current, has been approved by the County Council. My concern is that the WSP report, which is I think he's referring to, please correct me if I'm wrong, the data used to determine existing conditions on the local road network in and around Southwater was collected over 7 days in 2011 and again 7 days over February 2014. And then, to determine and they use that to determine the average daily flow for the assessment over 365 days. And then they added to that, or reinforced that, by using data collected from a database of other sites which share similar characteristics. And then assumptions were made about, let's call them coverall trip rates, and there seemed to be a presumption that there would be no more than one motor vehicle per household, which I do think perhaps is unrealistic. And the trip rates are are initially described in the report as proposed trip rates, and then through the text they seem to be transmogrified by sleight of hand. I'm probably overstating that, by the way, but there is this transformation without explanation, so that they become actual rather than presumed or assumed trip rates. And tellingly, for me anyway, is that the report doesn't acknowledge any degree of uncertainty, unless I've missed that, of course. And they seem to be presented as immutable truths, which they can't be. And also, I understand that they are dependent upon data collected by the 2001 census rather than the 2011 census. So my overall impression is that that doesn't really provide a sound basis for assessing traffic flow and the impacts on the road network and the mitigation, determining the mitigation measures which would be needed in order to mitigate against increased traffic flow. Thank you, sir.
A similar point to what we had yesterday. We've made some comments. Do you want to make a brief summary comment on that, please, Mr.
If I could just deal with the funding gap for the West.
Oh, sorry, but there's other things to deal with. There are other points to deal with. Yeah, please deal with those as well.
The funding gap that's being referred to here is not a funding gap that's just associated with highways infrastructure. What's being referred to is a funding gap across all county council infrastructure associated with that site. Now, that infrastructure is also, and I suppose I should say, that includes highways, that includes education, that includes libraries. And I should also point out that not all of those schemes are about mitigating and solely mitigating the impact of development. There are a number of schemes in there which are about improving existing county council services. So it's not only about mitigating the impact of development. And as a result of that, that package of infrastructure will attract funding from other sources, including the County Council's own capital programme. So it's not really appropriate to highlight that entire package as being solely associated with the West of Horsham strategic development. County Council is working hard to identify where that funding is going to come from, so that that package is delivered in full. What we have here in front of us now is a plan which proposes development at a number of other locations that will have an impact on particularly the A24 in similar locations to the West of Horsham development. And what's put forward is a mitigation package which addresses the issues coming from West of Horsham and the additional development that's proposed in this plan. And we will expect those schemes to come forward, with development and phased in line with the development. So the assessment that's been done is cumulative. Just coming to the point about the modelling work and the age of the data, it would be nice if we were able to use very, very recent data and perfect data all of the time, but in the transport planning world, that's not often possible. Census is only carried out every 10 years, and that is one of the sort of core bodies of evidence that underpins a lot of this work. What we do as that data gets older is we tend to update it and to revalidate it with more recent surveys, traffic surveys typically. So a model which is primarily based on 2001 census is validated using more recent traffic surveys, and that's what developers, as they prepare their transport assessments, are expected to do. So it doesn't invalidate the data. It means that we have to take that into consideration when we're interpreting the results. And finally, the point about trip rates. The industry standard approach to looking at trip rates is to look at what has happened in other sites across the country and to base our assumptions about what's going to happen on experiences elsewhere. So we look at a big database, the TRIX database. We look at all of the sites that have been assessed as part of that TRIX database. We remove sites which are not really relevant to this location, so we remove sites in the major metropolitan areas, and we end up with sites which are more akin to what we would see here in Horsham, and we base our trip rate assumptions on that data. It's an approach which has been used for a number of years, and as I say, it is the industry standard. It's an approach which the County Council is comfortable with.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I've come across that many times. Okay. Final question was on this. I think I'll try and conclude this before, and then take a short break before we go on to the emission sites. Employment land and new secondary school. Did anyone have any comments about that? The school, I think I've heard yesterday about all of that. I know I'm going to hear more about it with one of the emission sites. Employment land, and anything else on... is there an issue about primary school? What does the Parish Council want to say on this?
To start off with employment land, we've already said that Southwater is a dormitory village with very few residents working within the village, and this in turn leads to congestion at our roundabouts at peak time. I mean, obviously we've already commented that on the road structure. We believe that there should be more employment land provided in the village. In fact, early indications through the neighbourhood plan process show there is a need for land for small business start-up units for local people. We believe it is more sustainable in the long term to have more employment within the village, to keep people to live and work within the village and reduce reliance on the car. I can go on to the school if you would like me
please,
to.
Yeah.
Parish Council has had no clear lead from residents on the issue of a secondary school. I note that Mr Selwood yesterday did say the Parish Council had said a secondary school was a priority. This is not the case. We take the lead from our local residents. We recently had proposals for a free school put before us, and that was not popular with residents. We are aware that County Council figures indicate around 650 children are bussed out of the village daily, and obviously any new housing would generate more children of secondary school age, which may be sufficient to justify a new secondary school. However, if there were insufficient numbers for the secondary school, then children would be bussed into the village from other areas, which would be self-defeating. The County Council does have a statutory duty to educate children up to the age of 16. If the County Council believes that there are enough children in Southwater to populate a secondary school, then a secondary school should be provided. In the last action plan in 2009, residents did say they were in favour of a secondary school, but not if it came with associated development. With regard to primary school, you asked me to touch on that.
If you've got an issue about it.
Only that all the schools have mobile classrooms as permanent classrooms. We do have some slight concerns about monies coming forward for primary school education. 2 of the schools in Southwater are actually academies, which are supposed to be self-funded or the funding via government. We've sought clarification from the County Council whether developer contributions towards education are actually filtered through to academy schools. We have not had a finite answer on that to date.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else got any comments on employment and school provision? Yes, Mr. Thwaites.
With the school, I wasn't here yesterday, but what we have found is that consistently over the last 3 years, an argument has been put forward that Southwater has a need for a secondary school, and this justifies the development. That argument is false. About 2012, I went to the County Council, to Peter Griffith, who was then the Cabinet Member for Education, and asked him whether, in fact, there was an established need for a secondary school in Southwater at that time. And he gave a very clear and unequivocal statement that there was not. And that, therefore, if that was true then, it certainly was true in 2013, and I believe it is still true that the county do not take the view that there is an established need for a school. They take the view that if large development occurs, then clearly a school would have to follow, be that in North Horsham, be it in Southwater.
Yes, okay. Mr. Kerner.
Thank you. With regard to employment land, I would fully support the Parish Council's view that there needs to be small units for start-ups, but also for existing businesses. From the work that's been done by the Council, if my memory serves me right, they identified that almost 90% of the businesses within the district employ 9 or less people. And I think it is something in the region of about 70% where they employ 4 or less. So I think it is incumbent on the plan to provide the appropriate employment facilities within each and every settlement across the district. Trying to lump everything in one strategic site is not meeting the needs of the majority of the businesses within the district. So I fully support the Parish Council on that side. With regards to the secondary school, I was a little bemused, I suppose, or astounded to a certain extent by West Sussex County Council's comment yesterday that a secondary school could only be delivered on a large strategic site. And if the large strategic site didn't go ahead, then there couldn't be a school. But surely, if there are communities where there is a demand for a secondary school, they have an obligation to deliver. And therefore, you have yet to make your decision on this plan. But should you decide that North Horsham is not appropriate, then are West Sussex County Council saying that they will not build a secondary school to meet the district needs when there is already an identified need in Southwater?
Well, perhaps that's something they could respond to from the education, but first of all, do the Council want to respond on the employment land point?
Yes, thank you very much, sir. The Horsham District Planning Framework was very much looking at the strategic issues, and we believe that we have identified the correct site for strategic employment use. We've talked on the Employment Day and again yesterday about not only the importance of the quantity of employment space, but also it being in the right location. And we talked about visibility. And in terms of a strategic employment location, we feel that land north of Horsham is ideal in that regard. However, we have also talked about the role of neighbourhood planning, not only in terms of bringing forward new homes, but also community facilities and indeed employment land. So it's very heartening to hear that Southwater Parish Council are looking at that as part of their neighbourhood planning preparation, and that is in fact something which we are encouraging all of our communities to look at when they're examining the future of their area. So whilst Southwater at the moment has 2 reasonably significant and self-contained employment sites, one is about 4.8 hectares and the other is around 13, and the council actually owns some of that land and rents out some of those units, which are fully utilised. They are small to medium-sized units. So we are taking an active role in terms of the provision of employment in the village of Southwater, but in terms of future provision, we did not think that it was appropriate to include an allocation within the around 500 homes site, which is included in policy SD9.
Okay. Education then, please.
Thank you, sir. As you heard from us yesterday, our position on the secondary school and that where development comes forward, strategic developments are the largest form of development coming forward, that is where the secondary school should be located. My comment was taken a little bit differently just then, but what we are saying is we have a duty to provide school places. It is land use planning that identifies where development is coming forward, and we need to take that into account when we make our comments. We made our comments on the plan that was before us, so identifying 2,500 homes north of Horsham and circa 500 homes in the Southwater location. Our comments were received on the basis that on the basis that the strategic development north of Horsham is the best location for the secondary school and other primary and early years provision as set out in the policy, and our statement of common ground that was put in with the proposers of that site. We have also set out to the District Council through our comments the requirements that would be required for a provision of 500 homes, circa 500 homes at Southwater. That is actually set out in the response to Matter 7 of the District Council, and it sets out in there at the back of that the infrastructure, and in that document it has got regarding Southwater, so it says about the amount of money that would be required for improvements to Tambridge House School for secondary provision, for the amount of money that would be required from this development for primary provision, and it also sets out for youth and early years provision as well, that has come from the County Council. So that has all been set out, what would be required, and we are happy with the policy as it is, and it's drafted, and the information that we've been given to the Council and the work that's coming through the Community Infrastructure Levy.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, who's that?
Briefly, I'm surprised. I agree with most of the things the gentleman to my right is saying, but he comes back to saying that there is an established need for a school in Southwater. I don't believe that is true. The local secondary schools in Horsham say they can accommodate more pupils. They want to accommodate more pupils. And when the Oasis free school proposal came up, the parents did, to a very great extent, say that what they wanted to do was to broaden their offspring's world, and by sending them not to Southwater again, but into Horsham to very good secondary schools that were established there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Just, do you, to the county, do you have a sort of minimum? Do you only build sixth form entry secondary schools?
No, what we as a county have taken into account is the existing provision in the area, what improvements to existing schools can be made, and what further provision is therefore needed. The recommendation for a sixth form entry school at North Horsham takes into account the existing provision, the capacities that could be met at existing schools, as that is often a more viable option with regard to cost, and then what further capacity is needed in the area to meet the development needs as well as the needs coming forward from the current population. We've obviously taken that into account as what we're requiring from the developer, making sure it's linked. What we're asking from them is from what their development will provide, but we take that into account. So we have sort of a basis that we make our decisions on. Generally, we've used about 1,000 homes as one form of entry, but we do need to take into account that we have... that
again, 1,000 homes?
Around 1,000 homes, one form of entry for secondary provision. However, we do need to take into account, and as we were talking yesterday on Matter 7, within the supporting text of that policy, it makes it very clear that we need to have continued discussion through the allocation and then permission of development on strategic sites, because demographics do change. We need to take that into account and the requirements for education provision. We had an example in another area of West Sussex where only 600 houses did actually create a one form of entry requirement. So we do need to take into account, as sites come forward, that the education provision may need to be tweaked and the monies required moved around to make sure that we are meeting the needs for education for the pupils that are created from new development.
Yes, okay, so it wouldn't necessarily, it's not a straight pro rata way of dealing with it. Your board's up, Mr. Boyle.
Just a reference for you. The February 2012 committee report you were given the other day, 616, sir, for your note, is where the District Council record the position of the Parish Council, previously advising them that the provision of secondary schools are priority. That's where Mr. Selwood got that priority reference from.
Okay. Has everyone said everything they want to say about the allocation at Southwater? Good. Okay, thank you very much. That's better progress than we've achieved so far on some other things, but thank you. I think that's probably as things are speeding up, as we've heard some of the arguments before, and I remind everybody that I've got all the written representations which carry equal weight, so thank you for referring to those from the Parish Council. I'm going to take a short break until just after 10 past 12, and then we'll move on to the emission sites in the order. Right, could everybody sit down, please? Right, we're now into a different sort of procedure where I'll be looking mainly to the objectors, and there are two sites. We're obviously not going to... Well, we might finish by lunchtime, I doubt it, but it's a very bold heading, the question, should a more extensive area to the west of the allocation be included? Now, okay, I'll be looking to you, Mr. Boyle, to make your case, and I think question 41, which isn't on this agenda, but you'll recall that I sort of set out a general question about alternative sites which referred to the factors that one would consider in deciding whether or not there was a justification to allocate more sites. I don't want to go back into the housing numbers point again. So we're looking at the site specifics with regard to factors such as sustainability, other constraints, for example, biodiversity, landscape, infrastructure constraints, the sort of things we've been covering with Matter 8 Southwold. And your representations, I think, from Mr. Searle would helpfully cover some of those matters. So would you like to lead off, please, with a sort of
so thank you very much.
The general sustainability issue, I think,
of all. It probably is as easy to start with the Matter 9 reps that you've got, if that's acceptable to you.
Yeah.
And as you indicate, there's a background to this which is covered from 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, which I don't need to go back through in terms of the numbers and where the numbers come from. But just so that it's clear where Barclays Strategic are coming from, as you know, the primary position is not that this is instead of North Horsham, as discussed yesterday. As Mr. Selwood explained, we shave off some of the delivery of North Horsham. But in the primary position, we're in addition to North Horsham. And that we're required, because of earlier matters debated, which we don't go back through in terms of housing numbers, and we are contributing to the meeting of the shortfall that we identify. So if you tot up the figures at 2.4, it comes to 3,100, and we're proposing an extra 2,250. See paragraph 2.5. so we're contributing to. Other sites will need to come in as well. And, of course, the numbers at 2.4 depend on your own conclusions. Now, so yesterday I know that there was almost as much discussion on Southwater as there was North Horsham, I'm told. I wasn't here, obviously. And it may be...
It cropped up. Because others, I think, are hoping to, on different figures to yours, substitute this site, your site, instead of North Horsham.
Well, so that's right. And
I know you've made your case very clear, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. It may be so that you do come to a position where you feel in your own mind it's necessary to compare and contrast the two. And matters you heard yesterday, matters you hear today, will assist that. But that's not our primary position. Our primary position, we're in addition to. And the plan can be made sound by introducing the additional development at Southwater. The first point to say is that and I'm now moving to 2.6 and so on, is that, of course, the extra piece of land adds on to the accepted allocation of the 500. So the total becomes a development of some 2,750. And its origin in time, if one goes back far enough, its origin is options put out by the authority that sort of development on that side of Southwater would be an appropriate location and scale, both in relation to the constraints that may be imposed by any given piece of land, landscape, heritage assets and so on, but also in terms of the scale of Southwater as a settlement and its role within the hierarchy within the settlements. And again, so without going back over previous days, you know that we have a slight tweak suggested to the hierarchy which separates Billingshurst and Southwater out above the other villages. And I don't think there's any question that if we start with the top of the hierarchy with Horsham, by some length, Southwater and Billingshurst are the next two most sustainable locations for additional development, and then there are the other settlements below that. There's also a relationship between, by virtue of its location, between Southwater and Horsham as a settlement. And so development at Southwater has a relationship with the higher order facilities and transport at Horsham as well. And we'll come on to that in a moment in terms of access and accessibility. But just running through the points at 2.6, in summary, we say there are relatively few planning constraints, few environmental constraints which would preclude land from being developed further dwellings. The land ownership issue is an important one. I know yesterday there was much discussion upon that for North Horsham. The contrasting position is here set out in terms of two ownerships for a single developer. It would unlock the opportunity for the secondary school. It's right to say that at the moment Southwater doesn't trigger a six-entry secondary school, but equally it's right to say that the bussing out of 650 children in and out secondary school age on a daily basis for the school year cannot be either sustainable or financially attractive for the county, and I think other people have got figures in terms of what that busing costs.
Just on that point, then, how many form entry does that equate to? Is it 3?
Well, so the 2011, if we start off with the base situation, in 2011 census there were 3,900 households in Southwater. So on the basis of the evidence we heard earlier from the County Council, it sounds like around 4 forms of secondary entry is generated by existing Southwater. And if this development occurred along with the existing allocation, so 2,750, it would increase the sixth form entry to between 6 and 7 forms. So Southwater then gets to a size which would pretty neatly, if I can use the phrase, consume its own smoke at secondary level. I mean, we all know it's not as simple as that with parental choice and things, but
that's what I was saying. So 1,000 homes for so yours is sort of 2 to 3, just nearly 3, and the 650 would equate to roughly probably 3 to 4. So okay, that's helpful.
Thank you, sir.
That's right, Mr.
So it unlocks the opportunity for having a secondary school at Southwater rather than having Southwater's existing children, plus the 500 houses already allocated, being bussed out of Southwater on an ongoing basis. And in terms of sustainability of the settlement of Southwater, we suggest that's a very, very significant improvement. Often in these debates, one tends to forget the sustainable benefits to the existing community on the back of additional development. And this is a particular one here because by crossing that threshold in number terms, it allows the opportunity for a new secondary school to be delivered for the whole of Southwater. And the land allocation provides for the space for that. You'll have seen the suggested illustrative master plan. The location of it sits well within what will become the heart of the settlement, and indeed, because of playing fields and so on, it has a nice additional benefit in terms of protecting some of the heritage assets as well. So that's a very significant benefit, which, in contrast to the mere 500 can be delivered, the mere 500 doesn't do that and can't do that. So we've gone, if you go over the page now, perhaps, we've gone through the essay exercise, and unless you wished me to, I wasn't going to go through that in detail, but we've rescored it, and we say is a rather fairer exercise, comparing the scores which were shown for North Horsham, the scores which had been shown for the larger site, and then what we say the correct scoring should be. The detail is set out in the text, and the detail is then set out in the appendices as well.
Yes,
but again, it's a simple point that if one looks at it, we say, on an even-handed basis, then the significant sustainability benefits of having this strategic addition to what is already a sustainable settlement is clear, and the overall sustainability of the settlement is improved. Part of that is not only the education, but also, as we've heard earlier, the employment provision. So we would agree with the Parish Council that Southwater would benefit from additional employment. It wouldn't do so on the back of the 500, but with the larger allocation, there's the opportunity both to provide it in absolute terms, in terms of space and what have you, but also in locational terms, because, again, you'll have seen from the diagram, we suggest the most obvious location for it is up near the roundabout at the top on the A road. So a further further sustainability benefit by virtue of having a comprehensive and larger allocation, as we suggest. Running to the bottom of the page, paragraph 210 to 11, we then set out the package of benefits. So the provision of housing itself as a planning good, and the provision of housing with appropriate mix and tenures and so on. The land for the secondary school with an appropriate contribution, the primary school, the business park at the Hop Oast roundabout, the local centre, new community and youth facilities, new open space, new and extended allotments, improvement of the Hop Oast roundabout, and new link road to relieve traffic on Worthing Road, new pedestrian cycle links, and enhanced bus services. Now, just picking those last few points up in the light of the discussion this morning, it is the larger scheme that can deliver the new pedestrian cycle bridge across the A24. And so it would be proposed that that be part of the larger scheme, in addition to at-grade improvements at the Hop Oast junction, so that we have capacity improvements, removing queuing or reducing queuing, public transport priority improvements as part of that, but then specifically also pedestrian cycle improvements not at grade, so that we can have that improvement for accessibility. And again, that's a matter which goes not just to benefit the allocated dwellings. Of course, that's its purpose, but it has the knock-on important benefits of improving accessibility for all of Southwater's existing residents, as well as the proposed ones. I'm not sure
do you want to, shall we let the Council deal with some of these points? I think you've sort of referred to the SA points, and I've noted your revised opinion, or your comments on how you think the essay should be written. And I think obviously that will need to be discussed with regard to some of the factors that I've thought of. I mean, would the council like to?
Well, certainly.
You can come back, and then then because we're going to be talking about infrastructure and
Yes.
any other comments of the benefits you've already listed there. Is there any other?
No, so what I was going to
rather
say
than going through the whole of the statement, which I have read and everyone else has, is there any sort of key points you want to make?
Well, no, so that's very kind. What I was just about to say was at 2:12 we come back to the primary school point. And really, my intention was I was going to set out as it were, the overview, as you invited me to do. And then, if we hear from the council, in terms of the detail, Mr. Silwood will then pick up the detail in terms of numbers, school provisions, highways, etc.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Who's responding to this from the council's point of view initially, please?
A bit of something on the essays and then something on education, as that's been particularly raised in secondary schools. Shall we start with the essay and Ms. Howe?
Yes, thank you. I think the starting point for the essay, I think it's helpful to clarify the approach that the council took in terms of undertaking our own sustainability appraisal. I think this has probably been covered in some previous sessions, but it might be helpful to go back over that for those who haven't been here before. But essentially this looks at, first of all, the housing numbers, the locational strategy, and then goes through and looks at which sites could be chosen for development. Now, this looks at each alternative option on a sort of case-by-case basis, and following those recommendations, then at the end of that process, then obviously seeks to see, that was the basis on which the decision to allocate North Horsham was taken forward, and obviously a small amount at Billingshurst. In terms of the sustainability appraisal, or the revised sustainability appraisal put forward here, obviously this would be in addition to, so it's not necessarily a like-for-like assessment in that sense. So there's a question as to how consistent that is. I think also the assessment also needs to go back to the settlement hierarchy, which is one of the key pieces of evidence base which is rolled forward. And that is, again, so the assessment that we did was taken in the light that Horsham is our key settlement in the district, and then other settlements form behind that. So that is the settlement which we would expect most development to come forward, not just in terms of any strategic allocation, but also in terms of other development, in terms of the windfall developments and that kind of thing as well, and what impact that may therefore have on infrastructure and other sustainability considerations. In terms of...
Oh, yeah, hang on. Wouldn't that would sort of feed through in the appraisal under each heading, wouldn't it? I mean, if...
Well, yes, it has, and that's the point.
If Horsham was better than as you say, than Southwater, then it would possibly score more highly in certain aspects.
Yes, which is our point, which we're trying to make in terms of why the assessment that we've got scores North Horsham site more highly than Southwater. And obviously, Barclays have made their own justification on there, but obviously that it's a justification judgment, and we've obviously made ours based on that case-by-case basis rather than on addition to, which, had that come forward, would be assessed on the policy stage of the essay rather than at this point.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to say on that? I interrupted you there.
I suspect there's going to be quite a lot of discussion on each point, but I think a lot of that actually goes back to some of the sort of more detailed cases of...
Yeah,
we don't
need to go through all of this because, in some areas you're in agreement. There's some... I was just looking actually at the first page of... I'm going to use Mr. Selwood's document actually for ease of comparison.
On that point, though, sir, I would just say that their comparison, they're using our summary, and whereas this seems to be a more detailed one, using the... it's not using necessarily the same headings. We've got our headings which we've applied consistently in the appendices, so I'm not convinced that it's a like-for-like assessment.
Okay. Well, we'll have to let's hear what Mr. Selwood says then about some of these.
Do you remember the justification with the larger allocation that's suggested, would carry with it a secondary school, and that would be a big benefit? I think you better hear the county council.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to do that. I thought we were going to come on to that anyway,
that's
but
what I'm suggesting that we do.
Come on to it
now.
Straight away. Yeah, if you want. We might. Let's deal with that
before we forget about it.
I mean, Mr. Selwood's okay. I'll take. Right. It's taking Ms. Howe's point. Perhaps when you come to this, Mr. Selwood, you can explain whether you've used. The issue about comparative methodologies is going to be tricky, isn't it? But let's hear about the secondary school first, and then have a discussion on that, and then we'll come back to which affects some of the scoring, obviously, as Mr. Selwood says. Yeah, okay, then a question to the council. I mean, the objectors say that, as Mr. Boyle's just succinctly pointed out, the additional land here would enable the provision of a secondary school, which they say is a significant positive impact.
And don't forget, this is very important, that we're talking about a situation on a case being made by these objectors, that this is in addition to North of Horsham, not instead of it. It's very important to discipline ourselves that there's one case being made there and there's another case being made here.
Yeah.
So this is in addition to. So I'm going to ask the county to talk to us about a situation where just imagine that we have North of Horsham and we have 2,750 in total at Southwater as well. What does that do to the secondary school position? That's the point here.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'd need to iterate my concerns, what I said before, my comments. So the County Council made comments on the plan that was before us. So 2,500 homes north of Horsham, 500 to the west of Southwater. Our comments were made on that basis.
Yeah,
we took into account the existing provision capacity. If there was a position of north of Horsham and west of Southwater, we would need to relook and we would want to re-comment as a County Council on education, looking at secondary, primary and early years as well as youth provision. I would not be able to give you a response this minute as to what would be required if it was an in addition to. As I said yesterday and today, our comments and the position of the County Council was where the major strategic development, as in the 2,500 homes, was going. That is where the secondary school provision should go, so at North Horsham. So if it was a as well as, that is a different case, and we would want to reconsider that.
Well, okay, I can't...
Not terribly helpful.
I can't force
No, I don't.
make a comment.
But equally, so we can register that it certainly isn't an objection to the idea of there being a secondary school at North Horsham.
Just hold on one moment, because the County Council said in terms that they would need to consider this. This actually begs a much, much bigger point, which we'll have to come to later when we've rolled up a number of these issues, about what the position that you would face if you found yourself in a position where you were remotely considering this idea, and exactly what that would lead to. The subtext of all of this is there's a hell of a lot more work which will need to be done before one can possibly advance this scale of allocation at Southwater in addition to north of Horsham.
Well, I think that's, we're talking about potentially a suspension of the examination or whatever, if that's what I was going to do. You might, that's a potential scenario. The other scenario might be, just if I really think it's good, you're going to say to me, well, I don't know what the implications for secondary would be, but rather than just putting a main modification straight in. Mr. Boyle, well, we can talk about that. Do you want to make any comments on that, Mr. Boyle?
And obviously it's unfortunate in the extreme, and it's at the door of the County Council if they're unable to assist you with this matter, because they've known perfectly well what our position's been for a long, long time. But the position as it now stands is that in numerical terms, the 650 doesn't justify a six-form secondary school. The additional 500 wouldn't do so, but the additional 2,700 in total would do so. The land is available. The secondary school has previously been supported by the county in this location. Its provision is recognised to be by the district in accordance with policy to provide it. If the county take a different view at a different stage, then that's ultimately a matter for them at that different stage. But the sustainability credentials of Southwater are undoubtedly improved as a settlement by adding the additional housing that justifies a secondary school. Now, what the consequence of that is for North Horsham and secondary school provision up there is as much dependent on your views as to what should be happening at North Horsham as anything that I can say. And what is the case is, of course, if a secondary school at Southwater were to be provided because the numbers then justified it, there would not be 650 children being bused from Southwater into the secondary schools in Horsham. And say the provision would be, on that basis, eased up.
Yes, but Mr. Katkowski's point is that that would then, if yes, I mean effectively, simplifying, we've got 3 forms of entry roughly, is that right, being bussed out of Southwater, the 650, 3 to 4, yeah, okay, and we've got 2,500 in North Horsham, roughly 3 form entry.
My education colleagues that have done the detailed comments are not here, so I can't go into the finite detail, but what we have to remember is we commented on the plan that was before us. We've also taken into account in the statement of common ground for the north of Horsham that there could potentially be further land to expand that school if there was further needs in the future for expansion.
Right. I'm not asking you to go back on any of that, and I've heard that point before. But all I'm just saying is, that we've got 3, 3 and 3 effectively. There's on your figures of roughly 1,000 homes per form entry.
But what we've also done,
we've got 3 going out of Southwater at the moment. We've got 3 being proposed, just under 3 in North Horsham, and we've got just under 3 being proposed in west of Southwater.
what we've also had to do is take into account the existing capacity at schools and the capacity for those schools to expand, the desire for those schools to expand as well. That has all been taken into account to provide the places, because of course we have a duty to provide places, and it's not the county that provides the buildings and the education, it's academy, it could be academies and other forms. So that has all been taken into account in the comments. If there was a substantive change, such as north of Horsham and west of Southwater, we would need to reconsider, and our education colleagues, I'm sure, would want to re-comment on that.
So there was also the busing in position from Crawley.
Mr. Pearson, Mr. Boyle, and then I'll come back to you.
I just rhetorically ask a question, to what end? I mean, as you say, so the numbers are all fairly straightforward. Of course they might want to comment and reconsider and so on, but not materially changing the position that secondary school provision will need to be adequate in Horsham, and secondary school provision will need to be adequate in Southwater. And a new school is not justified currently at Southwater. With the development, it would be. It's a very simple point, really.
Yes, but the caveat I'm hearing on my left is that they might not necessarily want to provide the additional capacity, school capacity there. They might want to do it some other way.
They might, but we haven't heard them say that. And in terms of the sustainability,
well, we've heard us say that. We've heard us say that they might want to do that. That's what we've just heard.
So they might, but we haven't heard they say that they would.
No.
They say they want to keep an open mind on it today, they say. But the numbers are still there. And the suggestion that it would be a good idea in education terms to bus out not only the 650 currently, but the entirety of Southwater with the additional allocation, so that becomes a full 6-form entry being bussed out of Southwater, sounds unlikely, one would have thought.
Yeah, OK, Mr. Pearson, and then I'll come back to the council on one more point.
Well, sir, I thought it was accepted yesterday, and I read out from the appropriate county council document that the proposal in North Horsham wasn't viable on its own and would include busing in from Crawley. So the scenario that you're looking at the moment is busing in from Crawley in terms of making the viable number in North Horsham, and then increasing the busing in from Southwater as well. We know that the present cost of the busing in from Southwater is, I think, on the last count, £234,000 a year. I think that was the figure that was quoted somewhere in the documentation.
Yeah,
so we are talking about enormous monies here which are going against the education of children. And I think that's a salient point that we tried to make yesterday in the comparison. But, sir, I increasingly am worried about the weight that will be attached to the SA because I'm not qualified to go through the difference in detail between the Berkeley position and indeed the Council's position. But I am qualified in terms of my background to comment on the way in which the difference is recorded in simple verbiage in terms of the SA. We commented yesterday, and Council was quite helpful in agreeing that we would alter the weighting of the one particular matter I drew attention to, but there are many others as well, and I think that if there is going to be a lot of weight placed on that in terms of the final decision, then somewhere in the inquiry, perhaps next week, there needs to be a session, sir, to actually get to the bottom of what the true sustainability analysis between the North Horsham site and between the Southwater larger site it happens. And just to make the point,
well,
sir...
no, that's not next week, that's now.
Oh, well, is it? Well...
That's well, and yesterday. And yesterday and now. I mean, obviously, you're worrying me now because I was hoping to, not sit that late tonight. But I'm going to go through. I'm going to go through this. It might be that some of it, needs to be looked at in detail, or we just sort of say, well, okay, we'd like to flag up these points, and then I just take it home and then consider it all when I've, at a later date. But, I mean, this is the opportunity for that to be tested. And it has been tested by the objectors have tested it. So, and the Council obviously has had the chance to respond to that, which we've started to do.
We started. We also have various environmental issues which we want to raise, which we're pass down the line to Mr. Bright in a little while's time. But obviously here again, don't forget that we're talking to your immediate right from North Horsham about Southwater being in substitution rather than addition to.
I suppose you're objecting to the plan, so saying, well, North Horsham shouldn't be there at all, and west of Southwater will be a substitute. Is that right?
That's entirely accept the point Council's making. We are not arguing that there should be two settlements. We're arguing that the deficiencies of North Horsham should be replaced because it happens to be about the same number with a provision for a larger scheme at Southwater, which meets all the deficiencies in the infrastructure which came through earlier this morning in relation to the infrastructure that couldn't be provided on the back of 500 or 600, whatever numbers you look at.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, well, we come to the point as to whether this is can be effectively a complete substitute or not is another argument. That's exactly. And I'll hear your comments about that. There might be some other points to be raised about that, and I've got a question or two. Okay, where were we? Schooling. Well, is there anything else that you can say?
Well, I just wondered whether the county could help us in relation to the secondary school position, whether it's as simple as just looking at numbers, because the way it's been portrayed by Mr. Boyle is, well, here are some numbers, and it's absolutely obvious what the answer is. But is it that simple? I suspect not.
It wouldn't be that simple in that they would need to consider the existing provision, as I've said before, and the existing capacity to expand schools. Also, they need to take into account that those existing children, those 600-odd children that are being bussed out of Southwater, are in current places within schools. So they would need to take that into account, so the redistribution and therefore the requirements for education and where that would go. So it is quite a different case saying instead of or as well as, and we want to take that into account very carefully.
So can we just...
I was thinking that, but then that would, so there's a trajectory issue there, isn't there? There would be a trajectory issue in terms of gradual phasing, and then that gets complicated presumably by sibling issues of them going to the same school and just something's tailing off or whatever. But that would have to be taken into account. Assuming you made a point about capacity in existing capacity. I'm assuming that there isn't much, actually. If you're saying that you've commented on the plan and you're saying that 500 homes in Southwater, what's in the plan, and another 2,500 in North Horsham, justifies another 6 entry school at North Horsham, that implies that there's not much capacity in Horsham at the moment.
We know that there are going to be issues in the not distant future with regard to secondary education. That has been taken into account with the comments on the North Horsham site. You'll see in the statement of common ground with Liberty about Matter 7 that what we are looking to come forward from that development, we are thinking about future proofing as well. So it isn't necessarily that the whole 6th form of entry school is required from that development. There will be land and contributions towards the delivery of that. We have to take into account as the Education Authority the duty to provide places, to accommodate the needs coming forward from the settlement and the area overall. We have also had discussions with them about if we need to expand that school in the future, could land be made available to acquire that in the future, and we've agreed that with them in the Statement of Common Ground. So we need to be thinking of it not just on a development and land use basis, but we're thinking about future proofing and what may be needed in the future. We, as a county council, have not been asked to comment on a 2,750 scheme west of Southwater recently, and so we have not commented on that basis, and so I would want to get comments from our education colleagues if that were to be the case.
That's key in my respectful submission, sir, because the lady, I didn't catch her name, I'm so sorry, is speaking in effect in support of the authority opposing our emission site objection, and she has not been asked by the authority to consider the position. So she can't help you, or indeed them, any further on that. Now that's for the way in which the authority wants to run its case, but we've been told in terms she's not been asked to consider this. You heard yesterday about the straight substitution. That may be still an option for you. I don't know, it's not a point that we're taking, but that obviously is an option for you. But on the additional point, which has always been our case, the authority have not inquired, it appears, of the county what the secondary school position would be. So they can't come to you now and say there would be a problem with the provision. We know in numbers terms, we don't alter the existing provision, the existing capacity of existing schools, anything of that nature. That's a constant. If North Horsham comes forward, as we suggest it should do, at a slower rate, we come forward as well. Our provision justifies a school at Southwater. You're on the point already about trajectory. The time scale over which we build cures issues. There are always snags and details about individual children, but cures issues on a strategic basis of parental choice and so on, sibling, etc. Because we're looking at this on a decade basis rather than tomorrow or the next year or indeed the year after that.
Okay.
So perhaps I could just help you in terms of the council's position here. The county council are speaking on their behalf as an education authority, and we did consult them on the options at the early consultation part, where we had a whole variety of alternative options for meeting the needs of a Horsham district, and the county council's response to that was very clear that secondary school education should be located with strategic development, and we have continued that ongoing dialogue with them which is still evolving, as Mrs West has explained, in terms of the statement of community involvement, because we are future-proofing for the future. So it is very much it was an iterative process. That it's been an ongoing dialogue, and we have had discussions right through from the very early stages when we're looking at all the alternatives. But I come back to the point that the strategy for Horsham District is looking at our principal town first, and then looking at what development can be accommodated elsewhere.
Yeah, well, that again answers my point, sir, that this is strategic development. If the position of the county as recorded is the secondary school follows the strategic development, we are strategic development, it will follow us. If the county want to adopt a different position now, they haven't actually been asked to consider a different position, and so we rest.
Yeah.
We have to discuss this later. I think this is I would suggest you find time once we've wrapped up and dealt with all these various issues. We haven't come to the environmental concerns yet.
Well, we'll have
as
to
to
do
process,
that after lunch, but
as to process points, as to quite what the implications of this would mean. Because it's not for the district council to consult everyone under the sun about ideas as put forward by objectors, with great respect. I mean that's a future stage, but the point.
No, but it's not. This isn't just. Come on, Mr. Katkowski, with respect, this isn't just a site that's just appeared out of nowhere. It's been. I mean, you've said it's. Well, I've got a question on this. I mean, it's been SA'd.
As an alternative, not as an addition. That's the point. That's why you have to keep one's mind focused.
Well, no, I'm looking at both. I'm looking at both. I'm looking at both.
Well, I know you are, but the point is that both are not the same. They're different.
All right, I take that point. But presumably, when you were looking at options and SAing this, you would have been looking at education provision for the option at west of Southwater as an alternative to the others, and that would have been is education a problem? What would it be? And how did you score that? Did you score that as a potential positive impact? I mean, I can't see how it wouldn't be a potential positive impact, in terms of providing an additional school. As an alternative.
Well, this is on the basis it's an instead of case. Clearly, a new school could be provided, but what that doesn't necessarily take account of in the way that North Horsham would is that obviously because Horsham is the largest, this goes back to what I was saying earlier, the largest town in the hierarchy, and there is therefore more potential for further development within the plan period. For example, given the way the land is lying, from office conversions to housing and that kind of thing. If you put housing at Southwater, you're still going to get that development, extra development, and therefore the ongoing impacts that might have in terms of additional capacity within the town. Conversely, if you put it at Southwater, that was at Southwater, if you put housing at North Horsham, Southwater with a lesser scale of development, there isn't the capacity within that development within that town for that sort of scale of additional development, because it is a different type of settlement within the hierarchy, and therefore you wouldn't necessarily get that additional on development and therefore requirement of a school places.
Sir, can I...
yeah, okay.
If I can just focus on the essay and the education issue. If you look at page 73 of the essay, and I accept that our remarking of the essay is based on the tables at pages 73 onwards, which is the summary of assessment outcome, rather than the appendix 4. But we decided to do it on this because it made the point and the deficiency most clearly. And as you just implied, and as Mr. Boyle said, this proposal for circa 2,000 to 3,000 dwellings west of Southwater has been around for a long time. It was assessed in, I don't know its core document number, but the Core Strategy Review Consultation Document 2009, and the west of Southwater proposal there says development would allow the potential for a new 5 to 6 form entry secondary school. So clearly that was what the council have been considering and what we have continued to advocate. So if we look at page 73, particularly on the education point, third column down, land north of Horsham, final sentence, the site would also be able to deliver a new secondary school to deliver the additional identified need in the district, positive impact. Then if you go down 2 from there, large-scale strategic development west of Southwater, all it says is, as part of any development, a primary school and health care and leisure facility will be provided to meet identified needs, neutral impact. Our secondary school proposal, which was in their own consultation document, has been airbrushed out of the SA. Now, this is before, if one understands the logic properly, this is before they've made a decision. This is how they're putting together the assessment. So, on the face of that part of the SA, there is a flaw.
Coming back on that, it hasn't been airbrushed out of the essay, and that is a summary. And on page 192, we do make the point that a secondary school may need to be provided. This is taking it on a instead of rather than in addition to. But that is on the basis that Southwater is a smaller settlement, so you're looking at a step change in development, and you still would have further potentially larger scale development coming forward in Horsham within that plan period still, in terms of infill development and that sort of thing, which would therefore still lead to potentially butting back in the other way. So that was the reason for our neutral impact on that assessment versus...
Sorry, just say that again. Well, I'm going to break after this, and then we'll so everyone can sort of reflect on this and make some other point. No, hang on, Mr. Boyle, please. Just say that again. Why is a secondary school not so good in west of Southwater as it would be in North Horsham?
It goes back to the fact that we have a settlement hierarchy, which we set out in one of the core documents. Horsham is the largest settlement. It has clearly more business. We've got issues at the moment, which is more documented in the evidence base, which talks about, and just the general sort of lay of the land in terms of conversion of existing offices to housing. That in itself, and that development, because it's a bigger town and potentially has more opportunities for that sort of development, just in the sheer numbers that could come forward, could therefore lead to sort of further increases in housing and therefore children that need education. And that would be greater than if you sort of swapped the two around and had a North Horsham development, whereby, because Southwater is a smaller settlement, it doesn't have that scale of office or redevelopment. You wouldn't necessarily get the additional numbers of children from that settlement going back the other way, so to speak, other than what is already existing.
But they don't need to, do they? I mean, why is it... So that's a bad thing?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying...
There's not... that extra development in Horsham wouldn't necessarily... I'm sort of trying to follow the logic of this, because if you've got... it's as if you're saying there's not enough need for a sixth form school a sixth entry school in Southwater, when we know that there's 3 forms going out, and we know that there's roughly another 3 going to be built.
No, sorry, that's not what we're saying. It's to do with the bussing in and the bussing out element of things. So the impact in terms of any provision arguably is, you're meeting the needs, so that would be the same. What is different between the two sites, i.e. North Horsham and Southwater, is that because you would be, because Horsham is a larger settlement, you're potentially getting more further developments. You're getting more people that may need to be bussed back the other way rather than resolving that situation.
So I'm as perplexed as I think your face is showing. We're releasing 650 spaces in Horsham by consuming Southwater's need in Southwater. There's no bussing back from Horsham to Southwater. We're stopping the bussing out of Southwater.
No, but is it okay? Maybe let's talk. I'll try and. I'm still a bit perplexed. But are we? So you're saying that there's the North Horsham? Sorry, whoever that is. Can we? It's lunchtime. Is that the? No. But
the ice cream van coming round.
However, can we just? Somehow or other try and get... this is just selfish, this is for me, right? You seem to be saying that the North Horsham might score more positively as a location for a secondary school because it's got better capacity to support additional requirements that we don't yet know about from additional residential development within Horsham itself, that Southwater won't be able to meet so well. Is that it? So that implies that you think a site in the new North Horsham development is qualitatively better in terms of the potential transport movements and movements of school children going from, say, the converted office blocks, if they're going to live in the converted office blocks in the centre of Horsham, to up there rather than going back to Southwater. Is that the point? That's why it might score more positive. That's why it might score more highly than the Southwater proposal.
That's how I understand what's being said, and also, I mean, obviously, if you just say a secondary school here, a secondary school there, if you just look at these things in a vacuum, then without taking into account the settlement hierarchy, without taking into account that Horsham's the main town by a long way, then sure, you would look at this and think, well, why hasn't a secondary school at Southwater got positive against it, just like a secondary school land north of Horsham has got positive against it? But when you put the school and the location of the school and the location of the site in its proper context, that's what explains, as I understand it, why one's been scored more positively than the other. One is neutral and one is positive. That's
right. Okay. Well, that's the explanation. Yeah. I'll leave you all to sort of mull that over in the next 55 minutes. I'm not going to obviously call a halt on that discussion now. Thank you for that, Mr. Catcoffey and Ms. Howe. And we'll obviously have to come back to this. My hope to be able to complete this in daylight and go and look at some sites before tomorrow is obviously not going to be fulfilled. But thanks anyway. Right, 1 hour. Back at 2, please. No,
he doesn't have anything else to say, so because
right.
it's been
Does
covered
anyone else
adequately.
want to make, Mr. Pearson, you want to make any comments on what you heard about that and the scoring?
Well, I think that the explanation that you were given between neutral and positive is just not supported by the facts. It is basically unbelievable. I think in a plan, and inquiry such as this, it is incredibly rare to have such a integrated opportunity where you put housing in Southwater plus a new school. And in doing so, you free up 650 plus spaces in relation to the future brownfield sites in the centre of Horsham. In sustainable terms, that means that the ability to walk to school and movements will be centred on existing population centres, and seems to me to be an overwhelming case. But one of the points that hasn't come out, sir, in this discussion is what happens to the school site if you don't decide to move ahead with the larger scheme? Because what you'll end up with is a school site in the centre of the village, in the built-up area, with no constraints against development. And so, in reality, you're not just looking at 500 or 600 houses, you are looking at considerably more, because it's inconceivable that District Council would be able to resist development of the school site for residential in the event of it no longer being required for school site.
Which school site are we talking about?
The school site in the centre of the south.
But what's... Just a minute, Mr. Kowski. What's... that's not in the plan for any development. Why are you thinking there might be any change of the school site?
Well, because it's a central site in an urban area.
This is a primary school site?
No, this is the secondary school site. It's not, if it's not allocated as a secondary school site, it becomes available for development, is my understanding.
Well, would the council like to comment on that? I mean, I'm not aware of any site that there is.
I'm not sure what site we're talking about.
The secondary school site, as I understand it, is within Barclays' offering.
The secondary school site comes within the objector's larger proposition. It's not in the plan. That's their point. They're saying it should be in the plan as part of the larger proposition.
But then you said if that doesn't go ahead, what? It doesn't go.
It doesn't go ahead.
It doesn't go ahead. So there's no site.
It's just like the countryside.
My understanding, sir, is that if you look at the pressure in terms of development in Horsham district, if you proceed, obviously, with the larger scheme, the school site comes forward within that, and there's no problem.
Well, it might.
If you don't...
The council is saying if it depends on the basis on which I come forward.
All right. Well, they said yesterday, sir, if it becomes a strategic location, they would want a school there. But if you go ahead on the basis, as we discussed this morning, of just the 500, I just raised the question, what happens to the school site at that stage? Now, it won't be in a planned period, so you could take a puristic view that you'll be able to resist development of it. So you'll have that acreage right in the centre of the village without any constraints on development.
Well, it's not
and I just think it's bound to go for development in the foreseeable future as soon as there's a landfall shortage.
But, well, OK, you may be confusing me. It's not right in the centre of the village, it's in the countryside.
If I could just round off where we stand on education, sir. So our main point is it would be a lost opportunity not to allocate, and we've heard the evidence, which is the smaller allocation at Southwater does not justify a secondary school on its own. We've heard the evidence of the County Council, which is that it's effectively needs-driven, that where the strategic site is, that's broadly speaking the likely place to meet those educational needs if we're in an either-or situation, which is where we're suggesting. And so we say that there is a current deficit in Southwater. It's the County Council's evidence that it's just shy of £250,000 a year to bus pupils into Horsham and Crawley, and we say it would be a missed opportunity. That's kind of where we stand, sir, on education, if that helps just clarify us in a nutshell.
Okay. Do you Council comment on that or not? Okay,
let's be honest, and that's a fair enough summary of the North.
Okay,
Horsham
let's
Parish
move on
Council's
then. Did you want to, going back to the proposal, excuse me, no, just, can you...
Well, actually, sir, it would be quite a good opportunity just to get your guidance, because as I understood it, we have a question dealing with a larger allocation west of Southwater, and you sir, started to break that down into, well, let's deal with broad sustainability issues and then some others.
Yes.
And you started off quite properly with the promoter of the alternative scheme in Berkeley. So do you want to, because obviously our cases are slightly different, although quite majorly different in terms of how they fit into the spatial strategy. Did say you want to hear from Berkeley in completion and then hear from us? Because obviously there'll be things we can shortcut and say we agree with, but just deal with the differences.
I mean, it might be a bit confusing, as Mr. Kankowski said, but we're going to deal with points, as they arise. I mean, we got a bit sort of diverted straight into the school's position. I think we've not sort of dealt with the overall sustainability issues. I was going to go back to the promoters of the extension first, to sort of start going through these, and then the council to respond. So there were, general sustainability issues, and then landscape and biodiversity impacts, etc.
Just before you do that, so just try to be helpful in relation to Mr. Selwood's the representations that authored by Mr. Selwood that have a sort of comparison of the sustainability appraisal outputs for the larger proposition at Southwater compared to north of Horsham, and then Mr. Selwood's own sustainability appraisal column, if you like.
Yeah.
Can I just caution, because it's entirely accidental, of course, but can I just caution that you use the original essay document for the left hand in the middle columns, because there have been some transposition errors in Mr. Selwood's work, because we were very confused looking at the colours didn't seem to fit in with the colours in our own document. So for the left-hand and middle columns, where he is seeking to replicate what we've done on our essay, can I just ask you to use the essay itself?
Well, okay, please, I've got them both out.
Because there are cut and paste errors, basically, it looks like, and that's what's happened.
Right.
So I just make that preliminary point, so otherwise we'll get ourselves terribly confused. In fact, we'd got terribly confused because we didn't recognise some of the scorings.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Kerner, you had your board up.
Yes.
What's your locus in this discussion?
Well, it was really to follow on from the comments that were made this morning around the education provision.
Yeah, but hang on. Are you an objector to the plan with regard to? Are you saying that the plan should have a further extension west of Southwater as part of the plan?
We are objecting to the North Horsham development and the provision of a school on the North Horsham site.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that, are we? We're talking about west of Southwater.
Yes.
So are you an objector to an extension to west of Southwater? Or
yes.
Are you objection to the plan and saying you think the west of Southwater is a good idea that should go forward?
No, we support the 500 circa extension, but we object to the larger extension to Southwater.
Right, okay, so basically you haven't really got a locus in this discussion as a supporter of the plan, unless you think there's something, and I'm not going to go back into North Horsham, unless you think there's something that the Council's missed in discussing any of these things.
Sorry, it was really a fundamental point that I believe earlier on, HDC confirmed that North Horsham was a self-contained settlement, yet we heard that it was expected, or it was considered, that if there was additional need generated by Horsham Town development, that it would be accommodated by the school in North Horsham.
Well,
which seems to be...
That's not what was said, actually. It wasn't said to be self-contained because the school there was potentially to meet needs from Crawley, and B, the position about additional needs from Horsham is what I've heard, is that the agreement with the promoters, Liberty, allows for expansion to meet that need at North Horsham. And the council's case is that they prefer that to go there rather than Southwater. Right? That's what I've taken as being said.
Well, it was just this comment that when we were talking about the merits of a secondary school in Southwater, and we were talking about the bussing in and how you would release capacity within Horsham Town if you were to provide a secondary school in Southwater. But then they countered that by saying that if a secondary school wasn't provided, any additional school places required by Horsham Town would be provided within the North Horsham development. And I just felt that that was a little, shall we say, well, it certainly was interesting because they said it was a self-contained settlement and with the A264 there as a barrier for easy access for school children, it seems a bit obtuse.
Well, I'm not particularly... I'll allow you to comment if you wish, but I'm not really particularly seeking one.
No, because we dealt with this was discussed at great length yesterday, so the barrier, etc., etc. Yeah.
Right, back to you, Mr. Selwood.
Thank you, sir. What I propose to do is to touch on the two other areas where I've criticised the SA, which is economy and retail, and then move into what the council has said on landscape impact, and then.
Well, we'll deal with them sequentially, and then I'll take comments from any other objectors to the plan. I mean, the North Horsham Parish Council are objectors to the plan, and they're saying that this site should be included. So I'll take your comments on those points as well. Well, after Mr. Selwood, if you've got any.
Thank you, sir. If we turn to the summary of assessment outcome in the SA, which is page 82, by the look of it. Which, as I said before, we found as a useful aid memoir pointing up how the council approached the respective sites. Land, and this is under economy and retail heading. So page 82. Now you'll see the second line on that page is land north of Horsham, scored significant positive, commenting about both the employment site assisting the Gatwick Diamond and general economic promotion in the area, and also towards the end saying development would provide some local retail provision as any part of any development would help enhance the local retail economy of Horsham Town Centre. So that produces a significant positive. If you go down from there to large-scale development west of Southwater, the only economic benefit is from the housing, basically providing homes for those who are employed plus general expenditure of those people. There is no reference to the employment component, which was identified when the major site at West Horsham was considered. So it appears to have omitted to assess the economic benefits of an employment site, which we would locate by the Hoppost roundabout. And then, perhaps even more curiously, the final sentence, that the new development would, however, require the additional provision of retail facilities in addition to existing development at Lintott Square, neutral impact. We tend to take the same view as Mr. Pearson, that there will need to be a small local centre with very much sort of day-to-day newsagent, open 24 hours sort of shop, takeaways, estate agent, that sort of thing, but something which is at the bottom of the retail hierarchy. People would use Lintott Square for the next stage up, and then they would be hopefully travelling into Horsham itself for the higher retail functions. But it seems to be inconsistent to be talking of 6,000 square metres of retail in North Horsham would have a significant positive impact on Horsham town centre, but a very small local centre with community facilities, primary school, on the larger west of Southwater development, only having a neutral impact.
Okay. How does the council respond to that?
Okay. I think I'll take these two separately. So starting with the economy, the assessment, which we need to go back to the Appendix 4 for in our document. It sets out that this is 193. But broadly speaking, in terms of North Horsham, we identify that it's in the Gatwick Diamond, and obviously we identify that given the nature of the promoters of the site, they have the ability to provide that business park to identify local needs, and therefore come up with a significant positive impact. We identify that in the Southwater site, that again it's in the Gatwick Diamond. But in terms of the location, really we feel that it is slightly further away from places like Crawley and Gatwick, and also, but given that promoters sort of don't have quite the same business model, that the bringing forward of that economic site is perhaps less positive. So the difference is that it's a positive rather than a significant positive impact. So we're not saying that there won't be benefits from such a proposal. It's just that there's a difference of scale and degree, really. The retail, I think it's fair to say that wherever you put new housing, obviously there would be sort of an uplift in terms of where you're bringing forward development. That's an uplift of people visiting Horsham Town Centre, whether that's North Horsham or west of Southwater. The difference that we have here is that in terms of the new retail space, it is, as was discussed earlier this morning, that there's the issue that Lintott Square is approaching capacity, and therefore that it's a new centre that's required. And the concern we have there is that it could conflict with the existing and therefore affect that viability. And that is why we have set out that we consider there would be a negative impact.
I think the other thing just to bear in mind, so just trying to crack the code of the SA, is that Mr Selwood said it was helpful to go to the summary table, which he took us to on page 82. But you need to bear in mind that is running together, as Mr Selwood very fairly pointed out, both economy and retail. And so if you look at west of Southwater, economy and retail together are given a final conclusion of neutral impact, which is on page 82. When you go to the appendix, or the appendices, which you've got in hand there, you can see that neutral is actually a combination of two different scores. So for west of Southwater, on page 197, the larger idea at Southwater, west of Southwater, the economy gets a positive impact, on the economy side, gets a positive impact, although it's said to be not the right location to provide substantial new employment land. And for retail, it gets a negative because of the point that's just been explained, which is that a new centre west of Southwater could create conflict with the existing centre, and social segregation as a community could become disjointed. So the overall score of neutral, because it's an overall score for the economy and retail run together, is a combination of a positive on the economy side and a negative on the retail side. So the danger of going to the summary table is it's sort of disguising these.
Well, I'm looking at everything.
Exactly. No, I appreciate that.
I don't quite understand how, in sort of qualitative and quantitative terms, that there's any difference really between the sort of retail needs of 2,700 houses or whatever west of Southwater and 2,500 houses in North Horsham.
No, but the point is as made on page 190.
Yeah, I've read it. I'm just saying I'm not sure I'd like a bit more explanation of that, because the Mr. Selwood is saying, I mean, you seem to be saying you're not proposing a sort of retail convenience store then to serve the sort of enlarged West of South Water development. You just talked about a newsagent, a few other local services, but not, say, a 2,000 metre, 3,000 metre convenience store.
No, I mean, in my mind, if there was a convenience store, we're probably talking of a 5,000 square foot, something like that.
Well, it depends. I mean, in North Horsham, we're talking about a lot more than that.
Well,
to meet the local needs, according to this, of just the local needs, because we had a discussion yesterday about impact on the town centre and any other factors, and whether that should be limited, and we're sort of, that's still something to be looked at. Are you sort of saying that there's enough capacity, from what you think, in Lintott Square for those local convenience needs to be met in Southwater, rather than on your expanded site?
Well, what we're saying is that the lowest level of the hierarchy will be on site. The next level of demand, we believe, can be met in the Lintott Centre. As
it exists, or with expansion, or does it require expansion? Because the council is saying it's at capacity. That's what Ms. Howes just said.
I'm not sure that there is very much room for it to expand, as we heard from the council yesterday. So therefore, I think most higher order functions you'd be going to North Horsham.
Well, yeah, but that's the same for North Horsham as well.
Well, we didn't.
What I'm saying is, it's not really. I'm getting your views, because I really wanted to. I'm sort of testing the council's view as to whether or not there's a real difference here, and if both places are just meeting local convenience needs rather than higher order, as you've said, comparison needs, which quite rightly should, under town centre first policy, should be directed to Horsham, and that's what we were talking about with North Horsham yesterday, then I'm not quite sure what the difference is. Except that the council seem to be assuming that there would be some sort of convenience provision, because if there's no capacity at Lintott Square, there would be some sort of convenience provision on your expanded site, which could possibly have an adverse effect on Lintott Square. Why would that be, actually, if there's capacity there, and that's fully, the extra shopping is needed to meet extra demand in local needs.
But you're thinking of this, I believe, sir, in good old-fashioned retail impact terms, and isn't the point which is being made on page 198, is it? Because it's the logic is it gets a negative. The larger West of Southwater gets a negative for one reason only, as I understand it. It's set out here in the table. As space in Lintott Square is limited, it is likely that one would need a new retail centre, which could, depending on the nature of the facilities, create conflict with the existing centre. It could also create social segregation. This was a point which was drawn attention to during the course of the discussion yesterday. So this isn't, I don't think, a sort of retail impact point per se. It's a question of splitting a community across two centres. That's what's being said, as I understand it, which is seen as being not such a good idea.
Absolutely, sir. And because in terms of master planning, an extension to Horsham, which we have already talked about it having its own character, it is a mixed-use scheme, looking at retail provision which meets local needs within that context, I think is entirely appropriate. We're looking at an entirely new mixed-use scheme. We're looking at expanding an existing community which has a heart, a local centre heart, to then have an additional provision in a different location within that village. We have assessed, as part of the sustainability appraisal, that would have an impact. Also, what I would say is that the impact of additional local shops on a village centre, an established village centre, is likely to be considerably greater than local provision on north of Horsham, on Horsham Town Centre, for example.
I'm still finding it difficult to grasp, because what we have in our mind, and obviously retail studies would have to be done to support the detail of this, that the local centre on the larger west of Southwater development will be designed to be complementary to Lintott Square. And if Lintott Square is functioning at capacity, I don't see that an extra 2,750 homes and the people in them is going to threaten the vitality or viability of that centre. But moving on to a competing community focus, I think one of the great benefits of west of Southwater compared to north of Horsham is that it is very easy to integrate the old and the new, just Worthing Road separating the two of them. And there are many examples of communities functioning very successfully with more than one retail centre.
Well, I suppose the council's point would be that you're saying it's going to get too vital then, or that there'll be either the Lintott Square will be swamped with new people and there won't be space for them to go and park, and I mean it'd be good for the shops, the existing shops. One would have thought, they would probably quite welcome it, having a support from another 2,700 homes. But if they wouldn't be able to cope, then it depends. As the SA says, that does depend what goes into the expanded development, doesn't it? But wouldn't the council be, able to control that?
They might or they might not, but can we just rewind the debate to where this all started? Because there was a criticism of the SA on the basis that one score is given for one location.
No, I've got that point, Mr.
You've got that, so it's all explained. So
Katkowski. Yeah, no, I've got that point. I'm just testing the negative, the positive impact. Well, I think the council actually are saying that there's not quite such a positive impact from new employment in west of Southwater, but the scoring actually doesn't quite.
The scoring says positive.
Doesn't
There's
really.
A comment,
I don't know whether it says. Yeah, but I think it says sort of like double positive, doesn't it, for North Horsham? Significant positive. Well, there you go. So the council's case is that it's better on employment,
exactly,
North Horsham, because of the business park opportunity, and that it's better on retail. It's neutral on retail. It's neutral on retail at North Horsham, presumably, is it? I can't remember. And then,
where are we? No. It's positive. Positive. Yeah.
Because there are people near Horsham. Well, but I think Ms. Howes just said, well, it's west of Southwater would be positive on Horsham in terms of comparison goods. So in terms of vitality of the town centre, that's positive, but you're saying it might be negative.
It's a social cohesion point, so it's a top and bottom. You asked, when you said we'd moved on, you'd asked, well, can the council control that? If by that you meant the idea of a community having two hearts rather than one, if you like, and the risk of the community becoming, if you like, divided because of that, I don't see how could the council control that, because if there are two centres, then it's inevitable that there is going to be more than one centre, and so therefore the risk of splitting the community.
As your SA says, Mr. Katkowski, it depends what's provided, and if it might not be an equally competing centre. Is my point. Mr. Selwood says, he doesn't expect it to be that. It would be
That's a perfectly fair point, because this again just gets us back to remembering what we're looking at in the document. The document has made an assumption. The SA, it's likely this would be delivered through a new retail centre. Now, Mr. Selwood just now gave us some figures which in effect amounted to a small corner shop, a sort of very a small convenience type shop, and nothing more than that. If that's right, that's a completely different point to what the SA had in mind. And I don't know where, Mr. Selwood's proposition comes from, but if the idea is the retail that they envisage for 2,750 at west of Southwater is a small convenience store, a very small convenience store, well, then obviously if that's the proposition, one imagines that the SA would have said something different. I mean, it wouldn't, that obviously wouldn't create obviously wouldn't divide the community, would it? Because it'd be a totally different thing to that which the assessment.
All right. I think I'll just have to come to a judgment on this. Does anyone else want to make any comments on the retail? Yeah, I'll take the parish council. Were you all supporting the council?
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate that we are actually supporting the council on this element of the plan, but we would like to make our own comment if you will allow us, in that we are talking of housing numbers. Houses mean people, and it is the parish council who have to try and build a cohesive community once the developers have left. Barclays are referring to a new local centre. We feel this is a contradiction in terms. There can only be one centre, and we feel it will be divisive and, as already said, not conducive to social cohesion. Thank you.
Well, okay. What do you, on the basis that you've heard him say here, I'm interested in your view. I mean, what do you think is the capacity for Lintott Square to cope with more shoppers from a new development of this size?
I don't believe they could. I think this is a restraint on the development, a constraint on the development that we have worked very hard as a parish council. We've already made the point we've taken huge amounts of development over the last few years. We finally got our centre in 2006. We now have a community feel within Southwater which we did not have before, and we do not want another centre.
Well, okay. But is it? I'll have to go and have a look again. But are you saying that it wouldn't be possible to have one centre that met the needs of everybody? As Mr. Selwood seems to be saying, primarily most of the local convenience needs would go into Southwater, the Lintott Square.
Yes, I mean, it is obviously dependent on what type of shops they are proposing. I understand it seems to be we are talking about a convenience store and perhaps a small range of local shops. I mean, as a parish council, as I said, we deal with the after effects once the developers have left. It will cause us, it sounds perhaps ridiculous to you, but it would cause us problems about where do we put the Christmas tree, where do we have the Father Christmas, where do we put the Christmas lights up, where do we have the community bus, the community events. We don't wish to be divisive. We will already have the division of the Worthing Road. We're talking west of Southwater, west of the Worthing Road, east of the Worthing Road. The majority of Southwater is currently east of the Worthing Road. We don't want a sort of ghetto them and us situation. It's not what we want.
No, okay. But my point is, given the sort of physical configuration of this site and its and where it is in relation to the village centre, do you have any concerns that it could not be catered for within the village centre?
Yes, sir, we do.
What, because there aren't enough sites to put any more shopping in the village centre?
No. Lintott Square, I mean, if you visit the site, you will see there is no room for expansion for Lintott Square. It is what it is where it is.
Okay.
As previously stated, Lintott Square was given as a compensation, recompense, whatever you will, for development already taken. It was not considered appropriate for considerable further large-scale development.
Mr. Pearson.
Well, can I just make a brief technical point before I ask Mr. Pearson just to explain from his perspective what Lintott Square was created for and what capacity it was proposed to accommodate in the long term. So that would actually be quite helpful to you. But the only small technical point we'd point out is that on 190 of the SA, land at North Horsham is assessed as positive in retail terms because the development would also help to enhance the retail economy in Horsham Town Centre because of the providing some new local retail provision. And then we go over at 198. We have the potential for conflict west of Southwater with, as we've heard from the proposers, a small convenience element is somehow going to be in conflict with what is an established local centre. That's the only slight point I'd point out. But I'm going to just ask Mr Pearson, sir, to explain what Lintott Square was envisaged to accommodate.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
I've
got your point already, I think, because I asked Ms Howe about that. But anyway, yeah.
Sir, I mean, I know the Southwater community. I know Lintott Square. I built out Lintott Square. I did the planning for Lintott Square. I did the letting for Lintott Square. I entirely support the view that a conflicting new centre with Lintott Square is undesirable. However, I totally refute the position that Lintott Square is not able to cope with the demands of the new development. There are no controls at the present stage in terms of pricing or otherwise over the parking. There is additional top-up parking behind the village centre. There will be space coming through because of the inflection of the change in tenants. There has been no demand for an additional convenience capacity from the co-op or the tenants in relation to the convenience store. Every objective analysis would show that there are both the opportunities to have additional controls in relation to car parking if car parking is an issue, and that the tenants need the additional development in terms of staying viable. I mean, I could go through those on an individual basis, starting with the cleaners, and I've already mentioned the bank. So I have absolutely no doubt that there is capacity from my detailed knowledge of building and planning that centre, and I don't support the view that's been expressed that it was a gift of 25 million in order to correct deficiencies of the past. I mean, 25 million remains an enormous sum of money for any district council. It was built, yes, to correct deficiencies of the past, but with an eye to the future. That is why the council paid for tarmacking of the site behind the village centre, which for complicated legal reasons wasn't part of the original planning permission, but provides top-up parking. I see no reason whatsoever that a decision should be made by this inquiry on the basis that Lintott Square hasn't got the capacity. My son lives in Southwater, so I still visit it on a regular basis and talk to the tenants.
So the other point, just to make that point good, is of course in the 2009 review, community disharmony or discord or the need of the local centre not being able to accommodate it. None of these were identified by constraints by the council, and that's page 37 of the document it went out to consultation with. They did list other constraints, which I won't go into now, but none of those, suffice to say, included the need for an additional local centre, or that the current local centre couldn't cope, or that the associated problems with that in terms of socio-economic impact. So that just for you to note, so page 37.
Yeah. What's the reference, document reference?
That is the 2009 review, and it's titled...
The CD number.
Oh, I beg your pardon, so no, mine is just a clean copy, as it were. I can find that out and give it to you.
Give me that reference. Okay. I'd like to move on, if possible.
Sir, I just have a bit of local knowledge that may assist you. Mr Pearson refers to, I think he was calling it the overflow car parking, but the rear of Beeson House. That is in the ownership of the parish council. He will be aware there are legal covenants on that land. That land is considered to be, it has to be of use with the leisure centre, is not overflow car parking for Lintott Square. There is a covenant on the land stating that effect.
So how do you stop people parking on it then if they're coming to the shops?
We do try and monitor it, sir, but it obviously is difficult. But there is a legal constraint on that land, and it is in the ownership of the parish council, not the district council.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I'm aware of those legal constraints, and this came up particularly when the planning application was originally granted, because there was a question of whether or not there was any ability to have to pay the adjoining owner. But the fact remains it's been tarmacked, it's been available. I've parked there on many occasions when I've visited the centre. In realistic terms, anyone who can't park in the immediate vicinity will park there. It's not controlled. Neither, by the way, is the actual parking in Lintott Square itself.
Right, okay, thanks. Can we move on then to the next point you wanted to make on the differences in the SA? Was it on landscape impact?
Well, it touches on the SA, but yes, landscape issues. I can draw your attention to paragraph 39.2 of the Council's submission on matter 9.
Yep.
4 or 5 lines up from the bottom of that paragraph, there's a sentence starting, "The impact of development, particularly at a significantly larger scale, will therefore have a strongly negative landscape impact." Now, I just wish to highlight that that's not what the SA has concluded. If you go to page 77 of the SA, which is not the appendix, but the summary of assessment outcomes.
Sorry, which page?
77. And under the heading of biodiversity, archaeology, and cultural heritage, it says the landscape has been assessed as having some capacity for large-scale development, and then goes on to deal with listed building setting. So there seems to be a difference there. It certainly doesn't justify what the Council has said in their position statement on this matter. But if we can then go to Appendix...
Sorry, I've got page 77. Yeah. None of the land is designated for nature conservation. Page 77 on them.
That's right. So Mr. Selwood's referring to the second sentence of that paragraph.
Oh, right, the landscapes have capacity. Yeah, beg your pardon, yeah.
Yes.
Some capacity.
Another one of these cumulative summary tables.
Yeah, yeah.
4 topics.
And bearing in mind that Mr. Kotowski was going to probably say that point, if we turn to Appendix 4, page 195, where there is the melded together or the overall assessment, it spans the comment on this on landscape spans pages 194 and 195, but it's the conclusion on page 195 that I wish to draw your attention to. The last sentence says, development in this area, so this is the larger 2750, would therefore have a negative impacts, putting aside the grammar, would therefore have a negative impacts on the landscape, particularly if it extends a long way west with limited mitigation. Well, this particular landscape capacity area extends all the way out to the arc of the disused railway line. And I would just ask you to look at our indicative master plan, which is my Appendix 2, and you will see that we very much keep the built development close to the urban edge of Southwater. So the point made by the Council that the negative impacts would be particularly if it extended a long way west. Well, it won't extend a long way west in the context of the landscape capacity area. And secondly, clearly we will be doing mitigation. So I think all this is a long way away from the rather bold statement in the position statement of the Council that the development would therefore have a strongly negative landscape impact. Thank you, sir.
Yes, right, okay. So, and Council's comments on landscape impact, please. I mean, again, as I've said many times at many fora, I'll hear some short submissions on landscape. The best thing for me to do is then just go out and look at it.
Can I just, I'll hand along to Mr. Bright to just talk about this for a few moments, but can I just acknowledge that Mr. Selwood has made a fair point in the sense that the position statement does refer to strong negative landscape impacts, and the essay doesn't include the word strong or whatever its equivalent would be in this matrix, significant or whatever it might be. But I'll let Mr. Bright explain the Council's position particularly as I understand you were the author of the passage in the position.
He was.
That's correct. And I can probably explain why that slight discrepancy appears. In that, the landscape capacity assessed, the proposed area that Barclays proposes as an additional area covers 2 landscape capacity areas, one which is number 28, I can't read the number properly now, and one which is 27, or 3 actually, 3 landscape character areas in the capacity study, and 2 of those are moderate. The larger one, number 27, has a low capacity. So it may have been originally that there was some recognition that part of the area that Barclays have proposed as an additional area was identified as moderate capacity, and basically that's along the existing edge of Southwater. However, I would maintain the view that if this larger area is proposed extending almost to the boundary of Milepost Road and 2 Mile Ash Road, that it will have strongly negative impacts, even with mitigation, on the rural and tranquil, or relatively tranquil, character of that area. And also the rural settlement pattern. I think that's... I note on Barclays' concept master plan, which I've only recently seen, which was submitted with Selwood's planning submission for the EIP, that there has been an attempt to keep development away from the Downs link, the long-distance route through the area with extensive areas of open space. So that is obviously put forward in mitigation. However, if we're talking about still area to the north extending as far west as Milepost Road and 2 Mile Ash Road, I maintain my concerns about that. So if, for instance, you took the wider visual impact from Sharpenhurst Hill, which lies to the west, is quite a significant viewpoint with public footpaths. From that viewpoint, and hopefully the inspector will visit it, he will note that, in my view, that there will be looking from above down onto any such wider development as effect of sort of urban sprawl into the wider countryside. I'll just make a few points, additional points about the master plan, as this is sort of put forward to support the additional proposed allocation by the objector's proposal. I note that the major access road, which would be a continuation of the access road into the framework plan allocation, actually goes very close to Great House Farm and is squeezed between the secondary school land and Great House Farm. So I think that there could be negative impacts on the landscape setting of Great House Farm, and by the very juxtaposition of the location of the secondary school land, you're going to push that access road in the direction of Great House Farm. And the other thing that I would note, although I accept that this is incredibly broad brush at this stage, I'm not convinced that there's obviously effort being put into mitigation of Downs Link and that area and the setting of the ancient woodland, but going northwards, there seem to be quite narrow landscape buffers as you move further westwards, and I'm not convinced there's enough account being taken of the network of sort of high density of footpath routes in that area in terms of creating an attractive environment which won't be impinged significantly by the development. finally, this is one other really important thing I want to say, and because we've had the North Horsham Parish Council position that this site would be much better than North Horsham. And I just want, in very broad brush terms, which comes from my original landscape capacity study and from my recent appendices submission for this EIP, to highlight some of the differences between North Horsham and west of Southwater in landscape terms. So I would say west of Southwater, the wider site, that is affecting more tranquil and rural countryside. You don't have the influence that the A264 already has at North Horsham on your appreciation of the landscape. North Horsham is actually more visually contained broadly overall than west of Southwater. So in terms of the, if you say compare North Horsham, you've got a lot of existing tree belts and the containment of the woodland to the north. So I do not believe that that will be as visually as intrusive as west of Southwater would be. Another point, fundamental point, is that west of Southwater you have the long distance Downs Link route going through it. You don't have that at North Horsham. I accept on Barclays master plan that they're seeking to protect much more of the Downs Link, but at the moment, just on the basis of one small-scale master plan, without the supporting evidence of the number of homes and so on that would be achieved in different areas, I'm not convinced that in reality, when it comes to if the inspector was to allocate that site, I'm not convinced that there wouldn't be then pressure perhaps to affect the area of the Downs Link and a wider area around the setting of that woodland. And then also, west of Southwater, generally, not just the long-distance footpath, I would say has a much more heavily used and dense network of public footpaths compared with North Horsham. So there is, with easy access at the moment from the urban area. So in terms of the appreciation of that landscape by local people, I would suggest that that more weight should be put towards west of Southwater. And then finally, in terms of landscape enhancement opportunities, although I fully accept that no doubt Barclays will be coming forward with lots of landscape mitigation proposals, there are probably more opportunities at North Horsham for landscape enhancement than at west of Southwater, and in that I would quote the area around Moated Farmhouse at North Horsham and the Morris Farmhouse areas, both of which there's on the concept master plan, they're either being allocated for buffer areas, open space, and they're at the moment slightly degrade the quality of the landscape. I would finally say all this is relative. There is attractive landscape at North Horsham, but those points that I've drawn out show what the difference is between west of Southwater and North Horsham. And
okay, well, I've made a note to go to Sharpenhurst Hill, and I'll go and have a look to myself. It just occurred to me that your in sort of enhancement opportunities point is almost double counting, isn't it? I mean, if you've got a nicer landscape that you're counting against that, because it's on the one hand, and then you're saying, well, that's got less scope to improve a nicer landscape, if you like.
Yes, I mean,
I'll just note that as a point. I'll go and I'll note it. Just
one very short extra point for you to consider is if you have both sites together, in the plan, not one or the other, then there will be cumulative landscape and visual impacts. I appreciate they're not viewed together, but nonetheless, in a district with, albeit not
yes,
designated-
okay, all right, yeah.
Okay.
With cumulative housing benefits, no doubt, I'll be told. But Mr. Boyle, do you want to...
Thank you. So I know you've got Mr. Selwood's appendix. I think I saw you looking at it a moment ago, that shows the indicative master plan.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the one. And what I don't know, is if you've got very readily to hand the capacity study sheet, which... Perfect. Thank you very much. Zone 2.
For once, I'm ahead of the game, I think.
It's
not been that often in these hearings, but there you go.
So you can see the buff colours, 28 and 29, which are those shown as moderate capacity.
Yeah.
And then, as Mr. Selwood was indicating, zone 27 runs right out from that, across the road to the curve of the old railway line. If you compare that, against the indicative master plan, remember this is embracing the whole of the site here. The sort of khaki colour is development, together with the blue and the purple. For reasons best known to the author, the buff colour, which looks like development, of course, is actually on the legend retain agricultural land. And then the various green hatchings are different forms of open space, including woodland and so on.
I've had a look at it.
And so there's a pecked line that runs more or less north-south, which in very broad terms, not exactly, in very broad terms, is indicating a sort of division. It's where the road goes. But it's roughly where the division is between the buff and the pink on the Zone 2 map.
Roughly, yeah. It's just a bit to the west of it, actually.
Exactly, so.
Sorry, east.
Within to Area 29, the development is less extensive than the Zone 29, which is moderate, with quite a lot then of landscape buffering in the stippled green beyond. But even within the pink, within the development allocation area, the khaki green only occupies a relatively small amount of the pink area. And the context of this is twofold. One, this study here, the landscape capacity study, is scoring the pink as having no capacity based on the sensitivity reading. And the sensitivity reading of that is different and higher than was shown in the Council's earlier landscape character assessment. That's one point. But perhaps more important is that, in truth, landscape is not the reason why this site is not allocated. So to set the context of this debate, any significant development is going to have some landscape impact. But it's not landscape that has caused this site to not be preferred. It's a variety of other reasons, as people discussed on other days. And we can see that directly from the fact that when the authorities set out the core strategy review consultation for this site being strategic site 6, and I'm afraid I don't have the CD document number, but it's the core strategy review September 2009 consultation document. Pages, for your note, it's 36 and 37 of that document deal with strategic site option 6 west of Southwater. And it lists opportunities and constraints. It doesn't suggest that landscape is a constraint amongst that, notwithstanding the fact, I hope fairly, I recognise that there will be a landscape impact. So that's not what is operative in why we're here, why we're not here.
Thanks. Before we go on, just to make sure I have got that document. Has it got a core document number?
Yes, sir. It's CDLP 18.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yes, do the other objectors want to make any landscape comments, and then I'll wrap that up with the council, I think.
Yes, I'm going to do that very briefly, sir, because as you so rightly said, of course, you'll be forming your own view on that. So I'm not going to reply in detail to the points that have been made. I'm just going to make 3 very short points, and they're by means of comparison. The first is, of course, it is, and they're both common ground. First of all, the strategic large allocation west to Southwater will not affect any ANOB or its setting. Of course, we say that North Horsham will. And secondly, a point that also I hope is common ground, it will not lead to coalescence between settlements. And so those two, I hope, uncontroversial points, we say explain why landscape was not identified as a constraint in 2009 for a strategic allocation of 2,000 odd west to South Water, but was identified in 2009 as a constraint for land north of Horsham. Now, just to give you some references, so what there was an overreaching document which summarised, for consultation purposes, the constraints and opportunities, and that document, just given the reference is CDLP 18, that's the overarching document. That was then accompanied by a series of site-specific appraisals called option appraisals, and they have their own references, which go into slightly more detail. So the two that I'd like you to look at, the first one is the strategic allocation west of South Water for 2,750, and that reference is CDSS52. CDSS52.
Yep.
And the other one I'd like you to look at, sir, is for strategic site option 4, which was for North Horsham Eastern area. There was also a Western area one, but I don't have that reference. But the reference for the Eastern area is CDSS50. CDSS50.
Okay.
And all I'd like to do, sir,
I glanced at them some time ago, but I'll have a...
Well, of course, I mean, as a rainforest of documents that have been in front of you, so I don't expect you to have a...
Yes. I think that every time I do one of these, but anyway, you never know. You never quite know which ones are going to come up. Right, so the council would like to comment on the landscape. It's a final response on landscape. Yeah.
Just in terms of it not being identified supposedly as a major constraint before, obviously the more detailed landscape capacity assessment has been undertaken since 2009. In terms of what North Horsham said again about not having the AO and B, not having the coalescence issue, I think obviously we covered that yesterday. I don't think North Horsham actually explained to us why there's a coalescence problem at North Horsham, nor have they explained why there's a setting issue. And certainly I had the opportunity to say I didn't think there was going to be a significant adverse impact yesterday on the setting of the A and B. And then there's also mention by Mr Boyle saying, well, basically the larger landscape character area, it's only affecting a small proportion of the area. Well, what I would say on that is you can't just base things in landscape visual terms on... It's a factor, but it's not just on the area affected. In my view, the Barclays proposal would, in the areas that it does affect, would have significant adverse landscape and visual impacts, even taking account of mitigation. So it's
okay, I got the point. Mr Thwaites, do you think the council's missed something in responding about landscape impact?
Yes, I do, sir. I think they've missed the farm out of the mix. The farmhouse is the Grade 2-star listed building.
The impact on the heritage asset. Well, yes, okay.
Yeah, and the work that has been done to show that any loss of farmland, viable land from the farm, would actually probably make it unviable. The council themselves commissioned the Kernan report which was under DC 11-1394 on the 12th of June 2012. That showed very clearly that any loss of farmland...
Sorry, what report? Oh, you mentioned called, that. Well, I don't think it was a core document.
May not be, but the council, I'm sure, would have it for you.
Yeah, you mentioned DC 11. What's that? A development control report, is it, or an application?
It was a planning application that was subsequently dropped by Barclays, largely because of the farmhouse.
Okay.
We can provide you with that committee report, sir.
Thank you.
Well, it's been referred to. I did actually look at that and think, oh, well, what's that? So, yes, please, I'll have it. And before we move on from it, Mr. Selwood, do you want to comment on that? The impact on the listed building, the heritage, setting of the heritage assets?
Dealing with the committee report from 2013, which happens to be the committee report that we put in to you on Monday, which we've been referring to in terms of the secondary school, just so you're aware, it's the same document. There was, at a very late stage, an objection from English Heritage on the setting of the listed building, and that's why the application was withdrawn. Extensive negotiations...
So I've got it already, hang on. This is...
Yes.
There are 3 in here. I mean, I've not had a chance to look at them since you've given them... Well, I have, but I've had other things to look at.
Yeah.
So,
I haven't got the reference to hand, so that I think it's February 2013, the main document. But a late English Heritage objection led to the withdrawal of that application. Since then, Berkeley have had, through their heritage advisors, extensive discussions with English Heritage, and the new application and now the further revisions to the application are believed to overcome all setting issues with the 500-unit scheme.
Yes, but we're not talking about the 500.
Well, I was giving the context for the gentleman's comment about that committee report. Moving on, I think one of the benefits of the larger scheme, from looking at the master plan appended to my matter statement, you can see that particularly in relation to that Grade 2 star building, considerable attention has been given to its setting with a variety of open uses. But I entirely accept that one result of the 2,750 unit scheme would be that farm ceases to be in agricultural use. That just is an inevitable consequence of the development of this size. But the heritage asset is retained with a setting which we believe will be acceptable to English Heritage.
I think it's another thing for me to go and look at.
Indeed. I think it is one of those things best looked at on site. And
right.
Just to wrap up, sir, I think that, unless we can help you with any other things, and you will have noted that, ever helpful, we've enclosed a suggested policy. And the master plan is as near as we can get it, is on all square with Appendix 2 of the emerging local plan, should you wish to cut and paste.
Yes. I think, well, if make no comment whatsoever. If that were to come into play, I'd have to have a look at it, and obviously that we're into a whole different set of procedures anyway. So thank you for that. So that concludes what you wanted to say, yes? Okay, is it concluded what you wanted to say?
Just one or two other things. So if I can just give you a quick reference, because I omitted to do so when I was referring you to the 09 report, and it was, if you could just ask you in your note where you made a note of CDSS 50, which is the strategic site option for North Horsham that was set out for consultation. So landscape in that document starts on page 11, but slightly confusingly under the heading of Natural England. So it's not immediately obvious where landscape is dealt with in that report, just to give you your note for that.
Yeah.
Just one or two other points from me, because obviously we, just to explain our position first, as I'm sure you've seen from our hearing statement, so our position is that we don't take any point on the housing need, the objectively assessed need that's put forward by the council. We accept that as the correct figure, and we then work on where the housing site should be allocated to best meet that figure, judged against the reasonable alternatives. And we say, sir, that the proposed submission fails because there is a better alternative, and it is this strategic allocation of 2,750. west of Southwater.
Yep.
So that's where we're coming from, but I know you knew that anyway, sir. Just a few technical points. Our points on environment and socio-economic impacts, I'm just going to ask Mr Pearson just to wash up on one or two points there that came out of the discussion. On transport, there is a slight concern, but I'm sure it can be easily answered. May I just have the ESA back? So at 39.4 of the Council's response to this particular alternative site, the Council sets out, at 39.4 it says there would need to be detailed transport assessment work undertaken in order for the proposal to be properly assessed on transport grounds. Fair enough. There has been no approach in recent years to West Sussex County Council to enter into pre-application advice to consult transport modelling for a wider scheme. It then goes on to say, as a result, we're unable to make a judgment at this time as to whether this wider site could be suitable in transport terms. And then we go into the detail of the essay, so, which is at page 198. It's assessed as having a significant negative impact on transport terms. Now, so obviously there is a different level of assessment that's taken at the local plan stage to an outline application stage even, but it does appear that what the Council seems to be conceding is it hasn't complied with its SEA obligations to assess alternatives to the same standard as preferred option. So I'm sure that's not the case, but it would be helpful now they're here, and the Highway Authority here, just to explain what they appear to be saying, because there does seem to be a slight discrepancy between 39.4, where it says it's unable to make any judgment at all about whether the site's suitable, and its very firm conclusion in the essay, which is it's significantly negative. So perhaps if I could just pause there and get their response to that, and then I'll come back if necessary on that point, sir. And I'll just have a fistful of other points before Mr Pearson comes in, if that's all right.
Yeah.
If I can clarify that, from the County Council's point of view, there was work undertaken on this wider site, as you've referred to. The two core documents you've just referred to, there were 2009 documents. There was work undertaken by the proposers of the site, working and passing that to the County Council for comment in 2009. There has not been a more recent approach by the proposers to do more detailed work and take that forward, even to the level that would be needed to justify a local plan allocation. So we would need to have a further detailed work undertaken, even to that high level, in order to support a local plan allocation, and we would need to see that. We as a county council had issues with some of that work that was done in 2009, and so we'd need those addressed in that work in order to be able to, as a county council, support an allocation if that was the desired approach. So at the time, I think the council, we had comments on that 2009. They understood those comments. That document you referred to was a 2009 document. There has been no approach more recently. So we would have to have more recent work, including a cumulative assessment of transport. So we'd need to take into account other proposals. And so if this site was to come forward as well as North Horsham, it would need to take into account the North Horsham impacts on the transport as well as.
Yes, but that's not their case. Their case is it's instead of. So there should have been an equal comparison at the SA stage with the North Horsham site.
Well, on that basis, we've got more information on the North Horsham that's come through from the transport modelling that's been undertaken by the proposers for that site. So we're able to say with certainty that the negative impacts that have been identified can be mitigated, and that simply isn't the case for this site. So obviously, in terms of environmental impact and transport impact, we have to go back to assuming that there can't be negative impacts, and therefore that resulted in our assessment.
I'm not going to push the point any further. Obviously, something's wrong between 39.4 and the SA. One's right or another. Either the council are able to make a judgment or they're not. So there's one or the other. I just ask you to compare those two points. But the bigger transport point we make, sir, is that the improvements to Hoppost and the A24 junction modelling are considerably smaller, and therefore far more achievable and deliverable than the improvements required at North Horsham. That cuts straight to viability, sir. So we are, in a sense, on all fours of what the promoter is saying about it coming forward quicker, but of course our case is that it's an either-or rather than a both. So that's our main transport point. But we do just flag up what on a cursory reading does seem to be a slight discrepancy between what the essay and the hearing statement says. But I'm not making a criticism. It's just, it doesn't seem to quite add up on the face of it. And then, so if I can just...
No, just a minute.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to... don't know whether I want to go back to the council on that. This point about a discrepancy.
In the essay?
Yeah.
Well, the essay on page 191 for land north of Horsham, for transport, says negative impact. And the essay for a large lump at west of South Water on page 198 says significant negative impact. So.
No, it's not that discrepancy. It's the discrepancy between the hearing statement 39.4, where the council's case is, as a result, the failure to engage in pre-app consultation. As a result, we are unable to make a judgment at this time as to whether this wider site could be suitable in transport terms. All I'm getting at is, does the council mean at a planning application stage it hasn't got that information, or is it saying, which would be quite troubling, it cannot assess at all whether this site is a suitable alternative, in which case it shouldn't really have been included in reasonable alternatives, in which case we're into an SCA point. That's what I'm trying to get to, sir.
Yeah, it's all right. Well, okay.
Well, the paragraph in our hearing statement is making two different points. I mean, the higher level assessment of impacts on a comparative basis, comparable basis, is set out in the essay, and I've read out what it says. As has very fairly been said, in terms of the detail of work that would need to be required to reach a definitive conclusion on this as to whether these impacts can be satisfactorily mitigated or not, and the work simply hasn't been done, not by us, but by the promoters, as I understand it. So there you are. There was work done in 2009, which didn't meet with favour from the county council. They had a number of criticisms and concerns about it, and nothing much has happened, if anything has happened since then, if I've got this right. So we're mixing and muddling two different things here, to be honest. There's a high-level assessment of, is there likely to be an impact, yay or nay, and is it likely to be significant or not? With, could it all be resolved? Do we know enough yet to know whether it can be satisfactorily mitigated? And
yes, but what I'm looking at is actually that you're saying there's a significant negative impact at west of South Water as opposed to a negative impact north of Horsham.
No, I've drawn attention to that point myself, yeah. If you want an explanation of that, that's a different point to the one that's being made. As my learned friend has very fairly said, that wasn't actually his point, to draw attention to that difference. But if you'd like us to try and help you with that, of course we will. But don't ask me, because I have to ask someone else.
No, you will have to.
Right, can anyone help the inspector with...
just a brief explanation of that, then I'm going to move on.
Why on land north of Horsham, page 191, says negative impact on transport, and for west of South Water 2750 on page 198 it says significant negative. So it's a degree of negativity that the inspector's intrigued by, I think is the point.
Yeah, certainly there's a significant level of work that's been done in terms of land north of Horsham, and that includes the cumulative assessments that have been done and demonstrate that there's mitigation. Going back to the sort of much more higher level broad brush assessment, it also goes back to the fact that the site at North Horsham is on a railway line, and without going through the arguments of yesterday, there is potential to bring forward a railway station, and at South Water there isn't actually direct access to a railway line, so that itself is different. And because the assessment work hasn't been done at South Water since 2009, and that there were those concerns that were raised, then we would consider at this stage that there are still significant negative impacts that we don't have the demonstration can be overcome.
Yes, all right. I think I'm reading this a bit too. Yeah, but you really seem to be saying this. The way it sort of comes over is that the significant negative impact is because there could be. It's almost like a viability issue of. So much work needs to be done at the Hoppost Junction, whereas we know there's a lot of work that's going to impact on viability land north of Horsham, including £10 million worth of railway station or other works. And I just couldn't quite reconcile those 2 points, really. I mean, but you're saying you don't, how do you know that the viability of the scheme could be impacted because you don't know what's required? All you're saying is it could be, impact the viability of the scheme. But based on you've got one junction to deal with there, compared to, and possibly the other one to the south, I don't know. Anything further you want to say on that? Just a question, really.
Pedestrian bridge as well.
Yeah. So.
I think as was listed out earlier, there was a package of measures that was listed out by the promoter of this site. It is not just about one junction. It will be one junction as part of a much broader package. I'm not sure, actually, we have done a sort of assessment, actually, to compare the packages of measures like for like. Certainly the County Council hasn't been asked to undertake that kind of assessment. What is worth kind of pointing out, though, and I think this is what has driven the explanation that we've just heard about the sustainability assessment, is that expanding an existing urban area with its existing services has potential to create a more sustainable travel pattern than if you locate development in smaller, more remote settlements which have fewer education, employment and retail opportunities. There is potential to create a more sustainable development at North Horsham in transport terms than there is at land west of Southwater.
I just add as well, just a further point there, that it's probably helpful to bear in mind that in terms of when sustainability appraisals are done, it has to take into account the strategic environmental assessment regulations, and that goes back to sort of environmental aspects, and there's in environmental terms something known as precautionary principle, and that really sets out that where you can't prove impact, you kind of have to assume the worst, and so where things aren't known, we end up having to assume from that sort of legal view, and in terms of how you might apply that in terms of undertaking appraisal, that is where that comes in, and why you would go back to that worst case assumption.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to take that any further? No.
Last point.
Is it on this point?
It is, sir. I mean, all the previous transport studies going back to 2009, yes, they raised questions, but so far as I'm aware, there were no, to use that famous local plan phrase, no showstoppers. Just on viability, final point, I'll refer you to paragraph 225 of my position statement, which in turn refers you to the infrastructure study, CDIN03, which identified that total infrastructure costs of North Horsham was £24,115 per dwelling, whilst the equivalent figure for Southwater Strategic was £19,090. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, what transport measures did you include in your 19,000? Well, did you include footbridge junction improvements?
Well, I think it's a question for
you
the
might
council.
not have told the West Sussex County Council what they were, or the council, but to get that figure, you must have come to a judgment on what they were.
No, it wasn't our judgment, it was their judgment. It's in CDIN03.
Oh, right.
That's why I'm not, off the cuff, I'm not quite sure what was included, but I just thought I would toss that piece of evidence into the pond.
That's somewhere else. Okay, I've got the references. I'll go back to it. Right, Mr. Bowe, you had a couple more points.
I did, just briefly on transport. I think I heard correctly that one of the points weighing in favour of North Horsham and therefore leading it to have a negative scoring, whereas one of the points weighing against Southwater strategic allocation 2,750 leading to have a significant negative impact weighting was the proximity or otherwise of the railway line. So I understand there's to the northwest of the Southwater of Southwater is the Christ Hospital railway station. And of course, so we say that's, broadly speaking, comparable with the railway line which runs north, south, southwest near the North Horsham site. So I'm still not quite sure the answer to your question about the difference in scoring was there, but not sure how far I can push that, because ultimately that's a matter of judgment for ultimately use.
I'm going to go into that. I mean, I can go and look and see how far they are and what the accessibility is.
I'd be grateful if you do that, sir. So just drawing my points together, we say that this site is a much better option to accommodate the strategic direction and housing growth of Horsham for a number of reasons. First of all, so we say the council itself identified Southwater and Billingshurst to accommodate the long-term growth in its 07 core strategy, which is the current development plan, policy CP5. So the evidence that went into reviewing that development plan in 09 at least identified the 2,750 as an option, with primary and secondary school community facilities, open spaces and a link road to the Hoppos roundabout. And of course you've seen the constraints and opportunities that the council in its evidence concluded there. So just to pick up very briefly on the point that's said against me, is that the council is unsure why we say there's an impact on the ANOB and on the strategic gap. Well, so that's, in a sense, their own evidence from 2009. And whilst evidence has to be up to date and kept under review, I'd simply invite you to say, well, what's changed since 2009? That's the evidence of the council in its review. That was a statutory process and it went through it. So it's not really for me to produce evidence to discredit the council's point. The council's own evidence is contradictory on that. There is an existing community at Southwater, and our point, which I'm just going to ask Mr Pearson just to tidy up on in a minute, is that this development would complement what is the existing centre at Lintott Square. Lintott Square was built with that future expansion in mind, and so you only need to look at the development plan to see what that strategic vision was. We say there is a less of a landscape impact, and you've heard those points exhaustively, and it won't contribute to coalescence. And of course, all of that draws to the point that was made yesterday about you do sometimes need to breach defining urban boundaries where the need drives it. Of course, we accept that planning principle, but we say that is not demonstrated here. And, of course, the job of this examination, you, sir, is to determine whether this is the best strategy to meet the identified needs judged against the reasonable alternatives. And we say that alternative does not have that significant harmful impact. And so, therefore, we would invite you to switch the allocations from North Horsham and Southwater, being 2,500 and 500 in the preferred option, to what we say we'd invite you to do as a major modification, a main modification, to 2,750 at Southwater. So I haven't produced an exact form of words for that, but it should be pretty clear exactly what it is we're asking, or inviting you to do. And so with that, that's what I'm inviting you to do.
Yeah, no, that's...
it's sort of axiomatic, really.
I've got the point.
Yeah.
I've got the point.
And just to hand over briefly to Mr Pearson, just on one or two points, if that's okay, sir.
Yes.
So, on transport, a lot of detailed work was done on transport, on the existing core strategy, and I think we should take confidence from that to know there's no showstoppers. But more importantly, in terms of public transport that we started discussing yesterday, I think that there's been no mention of the fact that the links between Southwater and Horsham, passing through a park and ride site and going into a bus station on that side of Horsham, make it very much simpler to provide an enormously effective bus service around Southwater as part of a major development. There would need to be, obviously, highway improvements at Hoppos, but I've covered that point. So I think that's important. So yesterday, I think it was accepted by Council for the Council that we could amend the comments on sewage by deleting the reference that's in the essay. So I won't go into that anymore. The question of the new school, sir, I don't believe enough has been made of the fact that modern schools very much are community schools, and as such would provide enormous local facilities to complement the existing community in Southwater, whether that be for breakfast, post-school activities or otherwise. All of that mitigates against the transport links of busing, and I think goes to sustain a very much stronger argument for a secondary school which already is suffering from having to bus that number of pupils in. Equally, the use of the recreation land that would be provided on the back of that creates the opportunity to provide a major improvement into leisure facilities which are already quite good. Those leisure facilities, of course, do include a major country park. So the housing development within Horsham District is a lifeblood for the district. It presents opportunities to meet strategic issues. The present allocation north of Horsham, at the best, only meets the issue around employment, and as you know, I don't believe that case has been made either. But the A24 would be busier, and that is a problem. And what is now represented is a reversion to a piecemeal approach from Southwater, which will correct a once-in-a-lifetime community opportunity to provide for the comprehensive planning which was started some 10, 15, 20 years ago, and on which all taxpayers within Horsham have already made a substantial contribution. For those reasons, sir, we believe that the case for Southwater, which has no major constraints, is well made. But, sir, we would add to that whilst North Horsham Parish Council in no way wishes to see more housing, in view of your comments that were made, I believe, earlier in the process and possibly were referred to yesterday, we would welcome some insertion in the plan of an opportunity to look at the effects of future land pressures arising out of the airport capacity in regards to the Crawley western boundary and Horsham's northern boundary. Our case is clearly that the case hasn't been made at the moment to go across the bypass, but that it may be helpful to pick up your point on needing to review the plan if the airport study comes out, or whichever way the airport study comes out. It will be helpful for the public to understand what that means, because to come in today with a statement saying that the plan lasts for 20 years or whatever, and then to accept glibly that in 3 or 4 years' time that we'll be back into revisiting the plan, it's very difficult, I think, sir, for the public to understand. And if I understood your remarks yesterday, which were that if the airport study came out there would need to be an urgent review, then some flexibility in the plan now to refer to that, because that review clearly would be picking up the land between Crawley and Horsham, may be helpful. And that's all I wish to say, sir.
Well, I did say that, but I didn't think it was going to be contentious, because I thought it would be self-evident. I suppose I was thinking, this was discussed and agreed around the table, I thought, that if that was in the context of the second runway at Gatwick coming forward, not if it doesn't come forward, then I don't think there would necessarily be an urgent need to review the plan. But if the second runway did come forward and was a firm proposal, I think that would have very significant implications planning-wise for Horsham, and I think they would probably be very well advised to have an early review of the plan. And I think the council accept that they would have to do that. I'm getting a lot of nods. And I think everyone else at the round, I had virtually every major planning consultancy in the country round the table on Tuesday, Thursday last week. And I think they all have thought it was the same, necessary. So that's all I meant. As to the public understanding it, well, I'm happy to be on record, as I am, as everyone else is. I would have thought it was a fairly obvious point, but I mean, it would be for the council to explain why they needed to review the plan. But just to be clear, I'm looking at this plan on the basis that there's been nothing announced about a second runway, so there won't be one. And the plan meets the needs as they are without a second runway.
No, but I made the point, sir, in context of switching the North Horsham site to Southwater, because clearly the issue that would come out of that is the impact on the gap between Crawley and Horsham. And by switching that, you leave that debate freer. I conceded the point that whilst, as of today, we don't believe the case is made to go across the bypass, who knows whether that might apply in the future.
Having a cake and eating it and taking the plate away as well, to be honest.
Well, I was going to ask the Council, Mr Katkowski, I mean, there was a few points made there by the other objectors promoting this site. To wrap up this particular part of the session before we go on to the other site, I was going to ask if the Council wanted to respond to any of those before we have a short break and go on to the other site, on any matter, transport included or anything. Anyone want to comment?
There were just a couple of points I did want to come back on, please. I think there was reference made to, and has been just again, about the coalescence. So there were two comments. One was about the impact on the area of outstanding natural beauty that the development of Land for Horsham would have, and also the contribution it would make towards the coalescence. And I appreciate we discussed this on a different day, but reference was made to an earlier document of the Council's, which was the first stage in our core strategy review. But just to remind you, sir, that was actually looking at a proposal that was very significantly larger than the one we're looking at the moment. It was for 4,500 homes and over a wider site area as well. Also, at that point, it was simply setting out constraints and opportunities, and we have talked about the need for mitigation on each of the sites.
I'll have a look at that. Yeah. Anything else?
Just the point has been made a couple of times that there were no showstoppers identified by County Council. In viewing the proposal for west of Southwater back in 2009, on the basis of that assessment, that was correct, and I'm not disputing that. As we sit here now, there isn't up-to-date evidence of the impact of that proposal alongside other committed development within the district. So if there was a suggestion that proposal came forward, it would need to be supported by adequate evidence. And clearly, if the proposal came forward and it was, as well as North Horsham, that is also not supported by sufficient technical evidence at this stage.
And, sir, obviously that reflects the position with numerous parts of evidence that would need to be reviewed, not least of which is the cumulative impact that's just been suggested. So to have such a significant change in direction in the strategy for us to go back to rethink, that would be a considerable delay, I would suggest, to the Council in terms of renewing its evidence base. And as I think I said to you on the very first day, we want to be plan-led. This plan has been positively prepared, and we want to get on to provide the needs for our people.
Yes, okay, I understand that. I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to comment. But obviously I'm going to try and, make my mind up on the merits of the case. Of all of it, we haven't, and again, as I've said, we haven't heard all the other evidence. So I said I would look at all of this in the round, not just stop after the housing evidence and check whether I thought that was right. There are other things I want to hear about before I come to an overview of all the matters of the plan. So I've already said that. No change to my position there. That shouldn't be news to anybody. We'll take a short break of 10 minutes until just after 10:02, and then we'll deal with the final item on the agenda, which is the other site first south of Southwater.
We won't be taking part in that, so we'll say thank you and bye-bye.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Boyle. Thanks for your contribution again. And you're welcome to stay, or you're welcome.
we're off as well. So
Everyone's
that's
going. We're finally grinding them down. Okay, thanks very much. Right. Is everyone ready? Well, there's some observers and potential contributors if they feel the council's not doing a good job. I say that with a slight sense of humour, slightly tongue-in-cheek. We're now on to some representations on behalf of Waits Developments for Genesis Town Planning. Mr. Faraday, was it? Okay, thank you for waiting. You're proposing, I've just got a very general question in here. Should it be allocated for housing? You're proposing another site to the south of Southwater. I've not looked, again, I know roughly where it is. I've had a quick look at it, but I would need to go back and look at it in more detail, depending on once I've heard the evidence. And you're proposing this as a sustainable urban extension to Southwater. Do you want to... I've read your statement. How are we going to deal with this? Do you want to... You've read what the council said about it. Do you want to make the first contribution about the sustainability and how, why you think this is appropriate? And perhaps put that in context of the housing need points. Because you weren't there on the housing, were you? Or if you were,
I was on Thursday, yes. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, sir. One thing I should point out in regard to this site, your question relates to SA 342. Now, this site is part of SA 342. In the SHLA, that reference, SA 342, relates to a site of 20 hectares in size. Our site is about half that size. It's 10.55 hectares. So within my appendices, you'll have, in my submission, you'll have a plan of the area of the site.
Yeah, I have. I've tried... I apologise now if I've made mistakes with any of these numbers. I have to admit, I found some of them a bit confusing, and there's been sort of overlappings, and some sites seem to have changed numbers, or the objections changed. But I'm aware your case is now. I think is it roughly about 10.55 hectares. Your paragraph 11, and you're talking about, is it 200 dwellings?
That's right, sir. Up to about 200 dwellings on the site. Now, in answer to the question, well, obviously, Southwater, being where it is, being the second largest settlement within the district, is a sustainable location, as we've heard in the discussions today, in past local plans and the core strategy. It has taken development. It is therefore a sustainable site. More recently, besides the allocation for 500 dwellings to the west of the settlement, there have been recent permissions on land in the vicinity of our site. There's the site we call the Bovis Homes site, which is granted planning permission in 2013 for 131 houses. And there are a couple of other smaller sites which were referred to in the council's statement for smaller amounts of land. I think it's 18 and 31 dwellings respectively. So clearly this part of the settlement itself is a sustainable location. This part of the settlement to the south has been considered by the council to be a sustainable place for development. And going back to what we heard on Thursday with regard to housing need, the development industry clearly believes there's a need for more housing in the district. So what we are saying is that this site should be considered within one of the sites in policy 14 of the core strategy of the HDLF. Taking the context of that policy as it's currently written, you have the two strategic allocations, which we've heard about today, and then they have the reliance on the neighbourhood plans and the windfall allowance. Now, this particular site, because of its size, being 10 hectares, it falls between those two stools. So what we're saying is that...
Yeah, we've had this issue before, haven't we? So carry on, sorry.
So that's basically why we're saying this site should be allocated. It's in one ownership. It doesn't have any particular constraints. It's well contained within the existing landscape, and hence why we're coming forward with these proposals. Thank you, sir.
Okay. How do the council respond to that, please?
So I completely agree that it isn't a strategic scale of development. We talked the other day about, you were asking about our assumptions of what is strategic, and we've taken around 500 homes. I would have said that this site would either, if it was going to appear in the Horsham District Planning Framework, it would do so under Policy 14, either as under B, 14B, which would be homes that are already completed, permitted or agreed for release, which clearly isn't the case, but the sites that are included in that are sites with planning permission, or it would feature in D, which is the provision through neighbourhood planning. The sort of scale of development that is suggested here of around 200 homes is the sort that one might expect to see coming through a site allocation document or through neighbourhood planning. And I think just talking through to our communities directly, as you did on Thursday, we could see that there are some sites that are really quite substantial that they are looking at, and I think you spoke directly to Hemfield, and they were looking at a site of over 100 in one instance. So that's where I would expect the site to come forward, either through neighbourhood planning or through the site allocation document, which, as you know, is already programmed.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it could be a short discussion, I suppose. Have you got anything else to say about that?
Sorry, I appreciate I didn't comment on the merits of the site. I don't think it's appropriate to do so. Just in strategic terms,
well, I suppose you're not really asking me to do that, are you?
No, sir, not at all. My response to you would be it doesn't fit within the Horsham District Planning Framework, but I've just suggested to you two places where that might happen.
So if you conclude that the approach and the plan is sound in having this division between strategic sites which are named and located and everything else which isn't, and which is pointed to neighbourhood planning and the site allocations, then this site's simply not of a scale to feature in this plan, whatever its merits.
No, I don't comment on its merits.
Exactly. You leave it to... That's the point. I mean, I think you're probably, as I understand it, I won't be here, I don't think, you're probably going to face this issue repeatedly on subsequent days at this hearing. But certainly here...
Well, I am, although I think... well, yes, but there are a couple of other sites.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow we've got sort of an extension to the east of Billingshurst proposal. Now that I think is strategic in scale. There's another one to the south, but then there are some other rural sites tomorrow that would fall within. You're be coming along saying exactly the same thing. Just a minute, Mr. Faraday. I will come back to you. And then we've got the Crawley extension sites. Now, I mean, I think they're strategic in scale.
I agree, sir. They're more strategic in nature.
There's one of the what I've called other Horsham sites. At least one of those is strategic in scale.
That's right. That's Kingston.
Mayfield Market Town, I think, is certainly strategic in scale. But I appreciate there will be some others. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Faraday, you've heard what the council has said. What do you want? How do you want? What do you think I should do then? Do you?
The neighbourhood plan point. This site, although it relates very closely to Southwater, it is actually, in fact, in Shipley Parish. And as we heard last week, the neighbourhood plans have started progress, but they're fairly slow in doing so. Now, Shipley Parish haven't actually kind of started their local plan in full. They have been granted the status of neighbourhood plan status, so they can prepare one. But
they said they wanted to, and they're starting.
So they haven't actually started yet. So they've got to go through the consultation process with their local people, their residents, to find out what's good, what's bad, and where development should go. And we foresee that could take some time to come online. So it all depends on what the housing target is for the Shipley neighbourhood plan area as well, and then the timing of that being delivered. And a site like this, being a relatively small site in the context of strategic developments, could come forward relatively quickly in the early stages of the plan process.
Well, it's just... I think the point's a very simple point. Just put it in this way, ask the question in this way, if you like. I mean, why should this site be singled out for special treatment in a plan which is a strategic policy at policy 14, which doesn't go below that sort of threshold of 500 in terms of identification of sites? I mean, that's, you know, why should this site suddenly find itself a home, no pun intended, in a policy which simply is built in a different way? It just doesn't fit with the strategy and the structure of the plan. It's a fascinating discussion, the merits or demerits of it, but nothing to do with the structure of this plan.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's... Do you want to comment? I don't know how much... Please comment, but
I can just reiterate that Southwater is one of the most sustainable settlements in the district. Therefore, it should be taking a significant amount of development compared to the smaller neighbourhood.
But there's a mechanism there, isn't there? I mean, the point, I suppose, there's a procedural nicety or difficulty, interesting point about how you deal with this, and obviously the neighbourhood plans, the sort of framework for neighbourhood planning doesn't quite take this into account, does it? Well, no, yeah, and we'll come on to that. That's a fallback position. But, you know, in that they're sort of intended for local communities to work up their own needs. I don't even know whether Southwater's going to do a neighbourhood plan. Actually, I'm sorry, I haven't looked, but you are okay. But there's not really a sort of duty to cooperate mechanism for neighbourhood planning, is there? I don't think. But the fallback position for you, Mr. Faraday, I suppose, is the site's DPD if it doesn't come forward. You know, if the numbers don't come forward, are you going to? Question for the council, really. Are you going to do a site's DPD, whatever?
Yes, sir. I think there are a number of allocations that the council will need to consider, and we talked about gypsies and travellers and the need possibly to look at sites. We also talked about monitoring the progress of neighbourhood planning and whether sites would need to be allocated in that. And we also spoke about employment uses. There may well be others. And the sites document is programmed to start in 2016.
Mr. Faraday.
I take the point about the sites, small sites development document starting in 2016, but obviously that's going to take some time to go through its due process before they actually allocate sites. So if the current plan is going to be relying on strategic sites to deliver housing, they take longer to deliver sites in the earlier part of the plan period. So there could well be a need for smaller sites to be lined up to make up any shortfall in the first parts of the plan.
So perhaps I could
Okay,
just
do you want
remind
to
you
comment
of
on the shortfall point?
of the trajectory that you have before you, which was appended to the council's position statement, which illustrates that certainly in the first 15 years of the plan, we have over 750 homes on average per year coming forward. So actually, certainly for the first 5 years of the plan, we have something in order of 126% of our 5-year land supply. We have given permission for over 7,500 homes already, so that's something like 58% of our overall requirement.
So another 200 is not needed now. Is there any sort of spatial dimension to that, you know, in terms of balanced growth in the district? That you're happy that that's going to be a balanced pattern of development?
Absolutely, sir. We've got applications and permissions right across the district, and that was something which we looked at some detail to look at the spatial distribution and see what contributions they make to the rural communities, bearing in mind that our strategic allocations are looking more to the northern part of the district. So, yes, those permissions are right across the district.
Okay.
Just making a point on the housing trajectory, that's obviously based on a housing figure of 650 dwellings per year If that should go higher, then obviously that delivery there'll be a need for more homes to be delivered. And the other factor is, as we discussed on Thursday, is the current shortfall. What happens to the current shortfall if that's brought forward into this plan period in terms of the housing need? And there's going to be a need for more houses earlier on in the first phases of the local plan.
Well, yes. Well, we covered that. I mean, the 650 per annum should take into account the shortfall. You know, that's the council's case. I mean, well, I've not commented on that. There might, you know, if I don't think that's right, then obviously I'll have to come back to people. But as far as the shortfall goes, do you want to comment on that?
So I thought that we had reached an agreement actually on the housing day, and it was our representative from GL Hearn, Mr. Ireland, that was answering your technical questions in particular on that point and explaining how the shortfall, if we were to include the shortfall as well, how that would be double counting, because the objectively assessed needs took that into account in looking at the household formation.
Well, that's the council's position. Okay, anything else?
Not at the moment, thanks, sir.
Well, I haven't got any.
So I thought you meant any comments on the last point which is made.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, if you want to. I suppose. I mean, do you want to make any? You make more comments on a what-if basis. You know that I don't agree with the council that, and you know, on the merits of this site for allocation. The council aren't sort of commenting on it really. Their approach is just it's not appropriate at this level of, you know, for the plan.
Yeah.
What else did you want to say?
Well, it's just that there are merits to this site and the way it kind of sits within the landscape, and the fact that it is it's contained within the landscape. It could take the development that we're saying that it can take as part of the in addition to the HDPF process. We've been promoting, or we've had discussions with Horsham District Council with regard to submitting a planning application, which we're working on at the moment. So we've done we've done a lot of work on looking at the constraints and the opportunities relating to the site, which are set out in brief in my submission, and there's a site constraints and opportunities map in one of my appendices, which sets out, you know, the good and the bad of the site. And having taken on board all of the opportunities and the constraints, we will gearing up to submit a planning application later this year for about 195 houses. We've had in-depth discussions with service providers, the county council and highways, and there aren't any kind of reason that there aren't any showstoppers for this particular site to come forward now. So I'd just like to make that point, sir.
Okay, I'm assuming the council don't want to comment on that.
No.
I don't either. Mr. Faraday, I don't really have any questions on the merits of the site. You know, from the material that you've given me, and I'm not sure that really there's much more to be said in general. It's your opportunity to.
Our opportunity.
You've made your representation and you've asked for a right to appear. So I've got
our landscape.
I've heard it. Sorry.
I've got our landscape consulting sitting next to me. So whether or not some comments have been made about the landscape impact of the site, So if anybody's got any issues on that, we've got our expert next door to me who'll be happy to kind of take any questions or put forward our view.
Well, did the council... Sorry, I just need to get the council's statement.
If I can assist, the council came back to us and made some comments about the landscape capacity and the landscape merits of the site in paragraph 40.4.
Yeah. I mean, the council have commented on the merits, I suppose. Your 40.2 is not a strategic site. But then you've weighed in with other arguments of cumulative impact. So I think it's fair if the appellants want to test those. Yeah, I'll take your comments, please. Yeah.
Paragraph 40.3, with regard to...
Sorry, who are you, please? Sorry.
My name's Catherine Shelton. I'm acting as Waite's landscape consultant in relation to the planning application that's being prepared for the 10.55 hectare site known as Mill Strait Southwater.
Yeah, okay.
There is reference to cumulative impact of other sites in the vicinity. That issue I'll deal with very briefly. We've discussed that matter with the officers at pre-application meetings in relation to this application site, and it's been agreed that that's not particularly an issue. In relation to the landscape circumstances of the site, as you can see on the plan that's been issued with Mr. Farrelly's submissions, the site's very well contained in landscape terms. There's woodland to the west of the site, there's plantation woodland to the south, and I think a point that Mr. Bright made in relation to the North Horsham site was about the importance of the visual containment of the site. And this site is very well enclosed and contained, and there are very few views towards it from the surrounding landscape. It's also very well related to the existing settlement of Southwater, and in relation to the development of that site resulting in ribbon development extending out of Southwater, that's the last sentence of paragraph 40.4 at the bottom of the page. Obviously, the vegetation along the southern boundary of the site would prevent that ribbon development taking place.
It's not exactly what I mean by... It's not. I mean, I must admit, when I read that, I thought it's not my interpretation of what ribbon development is, but then maybe I've been doing this for too long. Still thinking back to the 30s and just strings of bungalows along radial routes out of London is what I think about as ribbon development, but I take the point. I mean, as a council, well, you've said it, so you're really arguing it's an inappropriate extension of development to the form of Southwater. Do you want to make that point? I mean, that's what you've put it in here.
So I think that the general point that was being made in that paragraph is the incursion into the countryside. And whilst I accept that the area to the south has been, in the reasonably recent past, been planted with ancient woodland as well, so that the recently planted areas to the south and the ancient woodland is to the west, with obviously the A24 marking the eastern boundary. I think the point that was made there was it was extending what is at the moment a relatively linear type shaped settlement, and it was extending it even further southwards, so the development would be at the furthest extremity to the local facilities which are in the middle of the village.
If I can respond to that, the context of that site is being changed by development to the west, and also the Bovis recently completed development on the Bovis site to the east of Mill Strait, and those factors need to be taken into account as well. The site is also enclosed by other landscape features, including a ridge line to the south and hedgerows and other vegetation within the landscape. There's reference in the Council's response to the landscape capacity study, which was prepared by Mr Bright when he was at the Council, stating that the landscape character area within which the site is located has no or low capacity for development. I would just make the point that the site is a very small part of that landscape character area, and the landscape capacity report at paragraph 1.8 acknowledges that within the landscape character areas there are variations in landscape capacity, and it's up for more detailed study should be carried out on landscape capacity, landscape and visual impact as part of any application, planning application.
Okay. Yes, he said tentatively.
If I could just crave your indulgence one more time, sir. Developers, they can't have it both ways. They are referring to the Shipley Parish Council neighbourhood plan, but they are also referring to it being adjacent to the settlement of Southwater. It's being marketed as being in Southwater. Their website is Mill Strait Southwater. It is not in Southwater, it is in Shipley. We do have issues with this, obviously relating to the accompanying Section 106 or any other contribution monies that come with it. They would go to Shipley and not to Southwater. Therefore, we'll be looking at the District Council, if this site were to come forward, to assist Southwater in somehow resolving those issues. Thank you.
Yes, okay, thanks. That's. Does anyone want to comment on that? It's an anomaly of the. Well, it's an anomaly of the system. Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to say on? Okay. I'll bear in mind the points. Excuse me. Yeah, no, there's nothing else. Sorry, there's nothing else I want to say. I mean, I've got the points and I've got the answers. I'll just come to a view on it. Okay. Right. Thanks very much. Thanks for waiting. Perhaps. For that, thank everyone else for their contributions. This session's now closed. We're back with Billingshurst and some other arguments, possibly like that, tomorrow, before we deal with Crawley on Friday. Okay, thanks very much, everyone.